guys want to do any RP on your way back. Um, we learned what the roles were, as Kipley ended up rolling a reoccurring ally encounter, meaning you'd run into one random person's recent ally for a little bit of either RP or just a fun interaction. And the dice chose Mammoth, and Mammoth got to see his Landsharkian friends, or the branch of Landsharkians that you hadn't actually met before. It was clear that the deeds that the Six performed for them by clearing out their main nest had spread far enough away that a large majority of the species now at least recognizes the form of a small child wrapped in green who is known as the Landsharkian savior now. But the other ominous roll by Mammoth, which was a 94, 96, excuse me, was not quite made clear until the beginning of this session. As you arrived at the shores of Paradise Peak, or at least getting close enough, and you saw the island and the area around it surrounded by clouds as far as the eye could see, and the ground and some nearby patches of water completely iced and slicked over. You could see snow just building up on rooftops that were not meant to hold it. And you could see that it was a beautiful, although the actual season is close to the fall, it seems like a beautiful winter kind of overlay over Paradise Peak. Which is weird, because normally Paradise Peak is more consistent weather-wise than other islands. In the same sense, it doesn't shift very often. The weather tends to lean more towards tropical than anything else. But before you could really think about that too hard, you got a new crew member. As Mammoth wandered around the ship early in the morning to find that his planter box had a long dirt trail that led out of the small upper decks and drifted to the helm, where you met what would go on to be named as Hieronymus Jackson the Crangler, a small bush baby awakened shrub, who, funny enough, is as intelligent as two other crew members. With intelligence of 10, they're able to communicate with Mammoth telepathically, excuse me. And also, you were able to bequeath it one language of your choosing, which you chose Undercommon, which only one other person speaks, and they are an NPC. So that won't come bite you in the ass later. But you gotta get to know a little about him. It was clear he's intelligent. He didn't really know much. He has the ability to speak and understands language to a degree, but doesn't really have any big goals or strong personality yet, as he was just born. But it's clear that based on the nature of this item and now awakened creature, that they are meant to not be servants, but essentially friendly helpers. Their goals are, excuse me, your goals is their goals, and they only wish to help in whatever way they can to see that they are done. You eventually made it onto the island, and a few different plans were put into action. You did notice the harbor was quite busy, not as busy as the first day that you arrived on Paradise Peak, where there was every single port was taken, ships galore, people everywhere, but there was a large presence for what looked like to be trading company ships. You see cargo being quickly stacked onto ships, and a lot of people moving it towards the docks as you moved through Paradise Peak to the Guild Hall, where you had a few things that you had to get off your list. One was reevaluation, as you were briefly mentioned by a few different people. One being Kipley's sponsor, two being Duradon, that you should probably get reevaluated since you had done only one official vassalship job, but had been through and survived many other threatening encounters. And normally, after completing free jobs and getting a reevaluation, you would have access to greater perks. You would be able to essentially raise your vassalship's standing. But this was just a smaller check-in to see where you were at in terms of level and class ranking. Because last you were checked, you were all D or E class, which allows you to go for level 1 for 4 missions, not really too high. After going back and starting the process, all of you, which funny enough, I did make you roll, um, just because it is fun, and it doesn't really affect anything in the long term. Almost every single one of you rolled C1, which is the highest and closest to B class, which is what Duradon is ranked. Because Jared built a monster, so it didn't make sense to put him in C. All of you were able to now look and take on C rank jobs, which you did, and after asking a few other questions, the group split up. Duradon and a few others turning around to go look at the jobs, while Kipley went and walked into the guild gift shop / store, but we're using gift shop as a fun term. You found out that there were 3 main jobs being offered. 1, a hunt for a colossal sky swimmer up north for a 12,000 gold reward. Some random encounter with a with a dweller that was carrying both supplies and medicines, going to a northern dweller, an ally of Paradise Peak called Donatalis, that was attacked by this strange and oversized sky swimmer. And because of it, it had to turn around and make repairs on Paradise Peak. The threat of said sky swimmer has stopped all trade, and a large bounty has been put on top of it because of this. Layla Salir later went on to give you some more details on this, even offering some of you items and etc. etc. The second was a little more serious job, as it appeared that some sort of raiders, pirates, any sort of strange sellsword that hadn't claimed a name yet had taken very important representatives of Paradise Peak, and specifically the Flores Alliance Brotherhood, and were holding them on the island of Dalid in the south. Because they're holding these hostages, any large-scale attack could not be used as any sort of method to raid the island, and nothing else was being approved except for sending in a negotiator and a team to protect them. For whatever reason, the group's decision on this was quickly changed to wanting to do it, to quickly leaning away after Kipley showed great distaste and, shockingly, wanted to go on the hunt that would end up killing a monster. Which, after recent events, a lot of the party members were surprised to see after the whole Varnark incident. But the last one was a job you were familiar with, because this actually showed up the first time that you were looking at jobs. A once E-rank job had now been promoted to C because of a rift nearby. Same mission as before, but now escalated due to its size and growing threat of the strange rift that is located to the northeast of the island. A scouting mission of just observing the area, collecting any samples of information that you can, and reporting back to Raina Breyer in the guild hall would net you 2,000 gold and an additional 2,000 to 4,000 gold for any extra samples or information, and if the quality was higher than expected. You ended up choosing jobs 1 and 3 and decided that you were going to start with the Sky Swimmer hunt because it had a much shorter time limit than the third job did. But before you got to anything, we quickly went to Kipley, who was ordering some strange wooden piece, a gilded stick with a message on it for something or someone, who knows. Um, and also breaking the balls of that poor saleswoman who was just being nice, uh, and ended up having a fun little interaction there. You then went on to ask about any items nearby, specifically potions or anything of the sort. Uh, and my really not thought out named gnomish lady, Gorilla, not Gorilla, Gorilla, gave you directions to House and Pals, a nearby store that was associated with the guild hall and would give anyone with vassalship discounts on their purchases. Um, we'll get to that later as you went to quickly hop on down to Layla Salir first. You had a talk, and essentially you got the information on this job could be done in two ways. You go, you kill the sky swimmer, you take out its eyeballs as proof of kill, you bring it back to her within 7 days, all is well. Or the second option of where you could keep it alive, subdue it, and with the help of a magical item that she would be able to build you within a day, could bring it back to Paradise Peak for harvesting, as their bodies are very valuable for creating magical items because of how large the creature is. Most sky swimmers can only grow roughly around 100, maybe 125 feet. But she said the estimated length of this one, only a rough estimate, as this was seen by one of the survivors who ran away, was anywhere in the 300 feet range, meaning that it can make countless magical items. And after doing fun math that Jared sparked, could make 4,000 pounds of blood steel. Um, and it was a very valuable kill, but an even more valuable capture. The group very obviously leaned in one direction of rather just mercy killing this thing instead of allowing it to be harvested while still alive. Which, by the way, the assumption was they were going to harvest it while it's alive. Not a known fact, but either way, the group decided to go with going out there, killing it, and then returning. But you need a little bit of help to do that, as this thing flies. So a few of you picked up some fun items, all of which, of course, are provided by Layla Salir and the Guild Hall. Um, if you somehow lose or break them, the cost is going to be on you, but they are obligated to allow you to take out items in order to take on a quest that you are not suited to do. Iridon took on boots of flying, excuse me. Mustang ordered a glass Pegasus. Reese, sorry you weren't there. You got Broom of Flying. I assumed you were going for more witch vibes than Boots of Flight anyway. And Mammoth already had a Broom of Flying, so he was good. And Zyrus didn't really need anything. So you all got some items on the go. Layla gave you sending stones to communicate with her during the actual hunt. She said that this is a colossal creature, meaning it's not going to be very easy to kill. You would most likely have to attack it in certain methods, in certain stages, and slowly hinted at the fact that Dom was using new colossal rules for this next combat. But that we'll get to later, of course. You all left, and Mammoth had a brief conversation with Layla. Kind of a reality check, as Mammoth had last had this conversation just about a year ago with his sponsor about being unsure of whether you wanted to be a vassal in the first place or not. As you didn't understand the job or the role or what was expected of you, but Layla reminded you that she would uphold her end of the deal that she made roughly a month and a half, 2 months ago, saying that you would not have any immediate responsibility until you were assured that this is what you wanted to do. She wouldn't force anything onto you, as you were one of the youngest members of the vassalship community. And she was more concerned for you as a child than a vassal. So she gave you some slack and reminded you that if you needed help with anything, to please contact her. And she grilled you for a few minutes for not telling her about the Rictus situation, and for keeping her updated on other aspects of life, like, the massive "the sky's gonna turn to endless night" deal. Um, but that was all broken up, and you were given a personal contact sending stone as well. So you now have two in the group. One as a general, whoever can use it, whoever wants it, excuse me, can use it, and one specifically for Mammoth that goes straight to Layla. You all left there and wanted to quickly go to Carter Binstrom's to check on the Glass Pegasus before going to House and Pals. You marched your way down. You saw that it was extraordinarily busy, and sadly, because none of you were active members of the Binstrom vassalship program, you had to wait in line like everyone else at one of the busiest stores in all of Paradise Peak, and met with a rather kind of overworked dwarven woman who, working in customer service, ended up ended up having a very where you were told that just being a vassal isn't important enough. And after mentioning that it was for a mission and Layla Slayer proved it, you were given the price of a glass Pegasus if you were to break it, just 1,500 gold, as these were prototypes. They are not even on the market yet, but they are offered because Layla Salir and Carter Binstrom are close friends. And that's it. You guys headed out, made your way over across the trek of Paradise Peak to House and Pals, where you met Hal, this lovely, lovely little woman who ended up serving you some items, some jokes, and a riveting Duradon interaction, as you ended up buying a metric shit ton of potion, all to help Duradon essentially become the most useful he physically could be in this next fight. There was a small little moment of getting some prices lowered, where Duradon admitted to a funny event with his sponsor with the first time that they met. And you also got to see that House and Pals, while giving you a discount, getting all the items that you needed, was also an animal sanctuary, where they could sell pets and all sorts of various different companions as well. Anywhere between a baby manticore to a velociraptor. You saw that vassalship ready creatures that could be raised and grown to adulthood and act as Beastmaster Ranger companions, any sort of fight and or utility use companion was ready to buy. There was a brief moment where a black velociraptor was staring at Kipley and causing some sort of internal feeling that made her walk out, but everyone else just kind of oohed and awed. And sadly, Mustang, although adoring the animals, they didn't really adore you back. As you pressed your face against the glass, they all kind of cornered themselves in the edges of their room. But after getting that interaction over, collecting all of your potions, and being pretty friendly and acquainted with Hal, you all walked out pretty happy as you got the deal of your lifetime on all of those potions, of which Dom accidentally gave one of those about 1,000 gold cheaper than what they was supposed to. but we let that slide
Oh.
because I forgot that potion of heroism was a rare potion. Anyway, you then went on to have downtime, see whatever you wanted to do in between the mission. It was still kind of early evening. You had plenty of time to do anything you wanted, and a random idea to visit Vince popped up for poison. As you were thinking what might be an effective way to take on something that big, and it was brought up that wyvern or purple worm poison could be effective. And boy, did you not know anyone else that could have sold it except for Vince. So you popped on over, saw that it was still early enough in the evening that there wasn't many people there. It was pretty empty. You did see drunken Jim in the corner, and you made your way up, had a brief bit of conversation. You all met Vince's sister, Beatrice, um, who was one of the few people in the campaign that also showed the ability to communicate telepathically, which was funny because her and Kipley had an entire like 5-minute conversation just in their heads while everyone else stared. Uh, and you ended up essentially saying or getting to the point that Vince um, still had it in his mind that he owed you a favor for what you did with Laura Jenkins and the entire deal of the bunch of Huckins afterwards and all of that. And he said that he would do his best to see if he could find anything of the sort on the house. As you had mentioned, your pockets are pretty dry and empty after coming from buying all of those potions. But on the house, he said that he would take a look, and while taking a look at the party, noticed something different. Um, through either recognition of takes one to know one or just subtle, keen interest on Kipley, asked to have a conversation outside in the balcony. You went outside, closed the door, and they had a very interesting conversation where it very quickly became aware that Vince knew you were undead. Uh, Mainly by the fact that you weren't breathing, or at least it didn't look like your breathing was very normal. Of where you got to learn a whole lot at once. Kipley, known to have trust issues, actually let Vince in, having a brief moment of crossing minds with Detect Thoughts for kind of viewing or allowing him to view what happened to you and all of that. As he said, he might be able to help. And after looking at it and having kind of a very intense moment, you quickly ended up having this moment of realism as you two both ended up revealing yourselves to be undead. Um, Vince pulled off a small common magical item and gave it to you as a kind of magical pacemaker, something that he'd been using for a number of years to keep himself looking on the outside world normal, human, alive. As it was clear that Kipley's skin, while not turning fully gray yet or showing any outwardly signs of being undead since the transformation, it was still evident that the breathing, not eating, not sleeping, all of the normal signs of being alive were slowly beginning to add up. And this was just one way of helping with that. There was a very cute moment. The two shared a very adorable hug, and a lot was left open to interpretation for what followed with some of the conversation. But in the end, you were given a not sending stone, but you were given an item of Vince's own personal creation that is part of his actual item ability. that allows you to communicate with him on a whim without having any sort of limit or any sort of word count that would normally come with these type of items. After exchanging thank yous and having the snowfall escapade end, you pop back into the tavern, and you ended up accepting the offer to stay. Um, as it is still early-ish in the evening, there is still time for if anyone wanted to do any last-minute thing before taking a long rest, you can. But I'm gonna do like a 2-minute recap of this because I have been talking for a little bit. We did have a solo session with Mammoth that went a little bit into the future. Mammoth went and took a long rest. Uh, he ended up going into a dreamscape where he saw a massive void full of stars. He met his grandfather, who he learned is still alive. They had a little bonding moment. It was adorable. The grandfather mainly wanted to just catch up on what was happening in Mammoth's life, as he made it clear that he could see some parts for Bruce, but couldn't really see all of them since Bruce wasn't around for everything. And was just showing some genuine care and curiosity for his grandson. Um, Also ended up showing you some fun things that you might be able to do down the line, briefly teleporting from place to place, um, and telling you all the stories of, or some of the stories of what he has done as his time as a druid of the stars. But ended up, you ended up having this kind of brief, real talk moment where he told you about your quote unquote destiny, about saving the stars that Bruce had mentioned to you previously. And he boiled it down to, it is something that you're probably going to have to deal with. But as long as he is alive, he is going to try and do everything in his power to thwart it for as long as he can, so you can enjoy your time being a child. As you've had some very fun experiences being a vassal, and you've had some genuinely cool moments, especially in your Landsharkian arc. But Mammoth is also a child and has seen a lot with his friends dying, being kidnapped, monster fights just about every other week. And it was clear that his grandfather wanted to attempt to protect or give you opportunities as the future came closer to still be a kid. And although normally you would end up waiting for any kind of cute moment with Duradon for the promised ice cream, your grandfather delivered a little bit sooner and gave you a little tasty treat before bed, which you engulfed in a mug and ended up passing out after crashing from a sugar high. We fell into a second dream. Sadly, back to back wasn't really great, as you were surrounded by a similar looking darkness. However, these stars were slowly twinkling out one by one until you recognized the figure and your kind of facade of a scene faded, and you were back into the throne room of the Monarch of Mischief, where you had a hilarious conversation, essentially boiling it down to the Monarch admitting that they didn't really have to worry about a lot of the other party members bringing mischief to the world or having to step in and tell them to do anything, because they're just naturally fucking crazy. And that they were already providing so much mischief that nothing was needed for them to intervene. Except for you, because recently, Mammoth had become more quiet, kind of kept to himself, and was surprisingly being a voice of reason for being a child. And that showed concern for the monarch that had blessed you and a few others with powers far beyond what normal beings would be graced with in your fight with the sins. She said that if you didn't want her ire or wrath, and you wanted to continue being in her good nature and continue on with the boon that she gave you, to essentially do what you want, cause a little bit more chaos and mischief, let the intrusive thoughts win, and figure out what it means to be you, what it means to be alive, and what consequences can be avoided with her aid. You fought back, you gave some very valid points, but clearly no wasn't going to be taken as an answer. And one very crucial charisma save later, and Mammoth felt a little bit of himself go. A slight slip. And when you woke up, you weren't fully in control of yourself. Not fully backseat driving either. But after using Animal Messenger to go ahead and raid a nearby ice cream shop and bring it back to your room without paying in the middle of the night, it was clear that something was set in motion inside of Mammoth, some spark of chaos. But we'll get to see that later. As we pick up tonight, roughly about, I want to say 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. Is there anything that anyone would like to do before taking a long rest? Vince did quickly pop out. Mammoth didn't specifically raid an ice cream shop. He sent a bird out of a window, and there was muffled cries as it came back with another mug of ice cream.
I totally missed that. I did
It was
not
at the
get that
very, very
at
end.
all.
Yeah, no worries. Vince did say he could be back soon, and there's still kind of downtime in between you taking a long rest. And you do have access to Beatrice in case you want to ask her any questions or ask anything of the staff at Garen's Crossing. So is there anything you guys would like to do?
Reese, in particular, do you want to do anything?
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Well, where exactly are we right now? I know we're back at Paradise Peak, but
we're at Garen's Crossing.
Yeah, Vince's bar where you first met him.
Okay.
Crossing. You're in the private room upstairs. Vince has just left, saying he'll be back in a little bit, and you have it's roughly like 6, 7 o'clock at night, so you have a little bit of time before any long rest is needed.
Mustang, you're in the room. Would you be sitting or are you standing somewhere?
Oh, we're in a private room, you said, Dom?
Yeah, no, it's not just a private room, it's a private floor, as the second floor is fully cut off from the rest of the bar.
Yeah, he'd just be kind of leaning up against the wall. Crossing his arms, tapping his foot, typical of Mustang stuff.
So Reese would just come up and like kind of mimic his posture, lean up against the wall. Hey, what's up?
You see Mustang, he kind of gives you the side eye out from under his hat.
Bombastic side.
And he looks away, and then he looks back at you, and he just starts laughing. And he takes off his hat, and he's like, "What are you doing?"
Sorry,
No, don't apologize. It's quite all right. Give me a giggle.
I have some questions for you.
All right, shoot.
She kind of like looks over her shoulder and like looks around the room a little bit. I've been thinking on some things, and you're not a vassal.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you want to be one?
Nope. Why?
That was a nope.
Yep, that is a big fat no, Miss Reese.
Did you know that they brand us? And she pulls up her shirt a little bit so you can see her like hip bone where she originally got branded by Nordstrom.
It's a tattoo. Don't call it a brand.
It was branding.
Mustang knows the difference between a
Okay.
tattoo and a brand.
I
He's
was
quite
gonna
familiar.
say, the man who works with cattle would know. It's not a brand. It's a tattoo. I'm gonna quiet now.
He's gonna kind of narrow his eyes at your hip, and he kind of reaches out with his hand before he stops himself. You mind?
No.
Oh.
He just kind of goes and he pokes it and touches a little, see if it smudges, and it doesn't. And he's like, "Wow, you know, I know a lot of places where you could get that done, and you wouldn't be bound to any sort of organization. So, if I'm ever got a hankering for a cool tattoo or a brand, I don't think the first place I'd stop is at a vassalship tournament or whatever.
Why don't you want to be a vassal?
I just don't want to be tied to anyone, because what if I don't want to do it anymore? I'm stuck with that arc. Whatever. I'm sure that you couldn't get that removed the way you could get some other stuff removed. It all just seems
Might be
so
able
permanent.
Cut it out.
Yeah, of course you do that, Reese, huh? It just seems so official, so permanent. What if I don't want to do it anymore? What if I want to do something else? I can do all the things that vassals do without being a vassal, and then the things that vassals can't do, like crime.
I like crime. What kind of crime do you like to get into there, Mustang?
Oh, you know, I've beaten, robbed, killed, but it's not like you guys haven't done any of that. Maybe not robbed, but some people need a good robbing. And I just see the way that Duradon, he's at the beck and call of his sponsor. I had a long talk with him the other night, and that's just, it's my worst nightmare. That is my worst nightmare.
Iridon's head slowly turns his ear towards you.
True.
He doesn't look in your direction.
Oh,
Just making note the fact that he definitely heard that with a passive perception of 20 fucking free.
you know, I'd say it to his face.
Oh, you would. You did.
Yeah. Where's this line of questioning coming from? Do you think I wanted to be a vassal and just couldn't, or?
No. Like, obviously, anyone can see that you're talented and interesting.
You flatter me.
She kind of looks awkwardly away for a second. But it's just, I thought it was necessary at one point. But I have more clarity than I've had in the past, and it's hard to explain if without. She kind of chews on her lip a little bit and looks away again.
Are you saying that you're not sure being a vassal is what you want?
I don't really know what I want. Can I fill you in on something that I don't know how it'll sound to you? I feel like maybe you'd understand in some way.
He's gonna look around at the room. Is there a lot of people in here? Is it just us?
Clearly just
By us,
you.
I mean the 6.
It's just you guys and Beatrice who's just kind of hanging out at a table in the corner.
I mean,
You
we
want to
could.
talk about it in front of everyone?
No, let's go somewhere.
Sure.
Would you like the rest of us to just head downstairs so you can have the office?
I don't think we
We
could
probably
keep.
could find an empty room.
Yeah. Besides, I think this is more Beatrice's place than ours. It would be quite rude to kick her out.
You hear in your head,
Oh,
Mustang.
great.
If you would like, you were all given access to your own room. And plus, you're right, I'm absolutely. This is not my bar. By relation, I'd like to have a drink. So if you need a private moment, I suggest you head upstairs. The message was repeated in Reese's head.
Okay.
Sort of looks at a Mustang and looks towards like the stairwell and sort of heads that direction.
Ladies first. Mustang will follow her.
You make your way up. This is your first.
Megan, why are you giggling?
I don't know.
Megan giggles at everything. All right.
I'm so sorry.
Megan giggles at Megan giggling.
She started giggling when Mustang touched her hip.
Pretty much. All right, I'm muting. I'm so sorry.
No, it's cute. It's cute. I'm just giving you a hard time.
This is your first time
Don't
being
you.
on the actual third floor. It's extraordinarily larger than what you would expect. Reese, can you go ahead and make me an Arcana check? And Mustang, you
I
can too
sure
if you're
can give it a
proficient.
try.
I don't think you are.
I'm half proficient.
Well, that's half not enough. But luckily, Reese rolled 19, so you get an extra d4 in that, right?
Oh, I do. Thank
Yeah.
you for reminding me. All I like to do is roll.
I don't know how I
Delicious.
remember that, but hey, man, that's probably because you only make Arcana checks in this campaign. With a 22.
Damn.
You haven't actually been in many places like this before, but because you used to work in a morgue
Ooh.
on a dweller, you are well aware when space is needed, but the physical capacity for space is not allowed, you can pay a lot of money. When I say a lot, I'm not just talking a few thousand. We're talking tens of thousands of gold to make your own pocket spaces. And as you step up into this hallway, you can see the building outside does not allow for this amount of space. As you don't just see like 10 or 12 doors, you step into an open array that instead of going down like one hallway, it kind of opens up into a semicircle. And there is roughly, from what you can see, about 30, 35 different doorways, each with numbers marking above them, and each stacked. So in total, you probably guess there's about maybe 90 in this space as it goes up and up and up and up. And this is definitely, you calculate in your head, Vince probably had to spend a lot of money to get this added to the actual bar. But you also know it's really good for hiding from people because pocket spaces technically count as their own separate planes. So not many people can scry and or look into them very easily unless they're ridiculously powerful. So you make your way over to your room number. Do you head into Mustang or Reese's room?
Well, Mustang's following Reese, so wherever Reese goes.
No, she would go to her room if she knew which one was hers, I suppose.
Yeah, you each given keys.
Oh yeah,
Head
okay,
on
then
over.
she'll go to her room.
For the sake of sakes, we'll say yours is 27. As you enter, it is not too large, also not too small. There's a bed, nightstand, windows looking out over the harbor. And you can see there is kind of like a small. Are you good? I just heard a noise that hears the fucking speed of sound. You see there's a small like lounging couch in front of the bed, and it looks like to be a small bookshelf next to it. Very basic accommodations, nothing fancy, but still very nice in its own way. Did you enter?
She kind of like looks around, and her eyes linger on a couple spots of the room, and then she just makes her way to like I imagine it'd be like a little table there.
Yeah.
To sit at. And she'd pull a chair out for Mustang and leave it kind of facing him, and then sit down in her own.
Chivalry is alive and well. And he sits down.
And she gives you like a tight-lipped smile. And not trying to be ominous or anything by bringing you into like a room, but like some of this isn't. The others know some of it. They've been with me longer. It's a lot of things that have occurred. I grew up on. I'm not sure. And I know that with the road.
Guys, is she cutting out for anyone else? Or is it just me?
No, it's the caribou.
Point. It's a caribou?
You're cutting out a
pretty
ton.
badly. Yeah.
I couldn't make out anything that you just said, and I thought maybe it was my Wi-Fi because I'm like the queen of no route, but I
Nope.
think it's you.
Yeah.
No, it's because we're driving across Canada and it's massive and there's probably some dead spots. Is it better or no?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay.
From the top.
So you didn't.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Wow. She just said, I'm not trying to be ominous in bringing you here, just us. It just kind of scratches the back of her head. It's just hard to say some of these things out loud. It's harder when there's a bunch of people surrounding you. You remember, like Minion?
Yeah. He's one ugly sucker, but he seemed nice on the inside.
She kind of like slumps a little bit when you call him ugly.
Oh. Reese, I'm ugly too, but I'm still popular with the ladies. It don't mean a thing.
Make me a deception check. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, different strokes for different folks.
I don't really know if I've ever really told you how he was made, but he actually, like, I began, would you call it, a career in necromancy when I intended for him to be alive. And he's kind of, or was, stuffed full of souls. Starts picking at the wood on the table with her fingernails.
Stuffed? Like a turkey?
Yeah. I suppose if that gives you a better understanding or visual. I only intended maybe one or a couple to be in there, but I didn't really know what I was doing. And when I brought him to life, the intentions were to take one of these souls and put one in, but I misoriented my power or otherwise, and he was full. Let's say around 100 different souls I took from their piece and put inside of Minion.
That was my next question. Where does one get souls from? But that makes it pretty clear.
These I had a particular connection to, I suppose. I am the person that killed them. And they had been in my mind. I've heard them for a very long time. For as many years as the souls are counted. And it's a part of the reason why I released or disbanded or destroyed, or however you might want to call it, Minion, because it wasn't my intentions to put them all there, and I don't believe all of them were willing. Well, in fact, I knew some of them weren't happy to be there.
You know, I do remember all that happening, and it seemed like a really emotional experience for you. Tensions were quite high, and I didn't have enough pieces to put it all together, but it makes a lot more sense now that you've illuminated me. I know you said a lot of them were there against their will, but did any of them like being Minion?
Yeah, and I actually have one with me still, with the intention of maybe building him a new form. He likes being here. But maybe that's a conversation for another time. He's still with me, but
Do you see there's a faint blue emanating glow for a moment, like a small pulse that fades as quickly as it arrives. You do feel a little bit of warmth flow over you as it does.
You know, it's kind of funny to think that had the timing been any different whatsoever, I could have ended up inside Minion.
wouldn't have that been something?
But what's
Is
happened with Minion? Oh, go on.
At what point were you dead?
I couldn't tell you. It was at least a week ago.
Oh.
I'm not the best at keeping track of time. Everything's kind of a blur. I remember things that happened, but I couldn't tell you how long ago they happened. Even with stuff that's pretty recent. Might have to do with the whole being dead thing.
And maybe your form, doesn't have a lot of, so it's not particularly solid itself. Imagine it's hard to grasp time when you're in a constant state of motion.
That is a very intellectual way to think about it. I can't say I've ever assigned much thought to it, but maybe as parts of me drift onto the wind, I lose a little bit of myself as I go on. But this experience with Minion and these souls, and I can only imagine the kind of gut punch it was to carry that around with you and then let it all go. Did that have to do with this uncertainty? Did that kind of set it on?
Well, I want to put it into some sort of perspective that you could imagine. You ever talk to yourself like inside of your head, and you have one or two different sides, the protagonist and the antagonist, talking over, a scenario, playing the devil's advocate with one another. It's easy to keep up with when it's yourself, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have had 100 souls of just different personalities, different characters, different ages, different attitudes, names, energies, all of it inside my head. And a lot of the times I feel my actions aren't my own, or they're motivated by the emotions of those on the surface at the time. And she looks back down at the table and starts picking at it again.
So now it's just Reese in there.
Yeah. But after 100 years of being other people, how do I figure out what I am?
Well, I think that's a tough question. I think only you can answer that because it's who you are. And I can imagine what you're going through right now. It must feel awful lonely for things to be that quiet. It might be a nice change of pace because it's calm, but in the moments when things are dark and it's just you and only you to count on, I'd feel lonely.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, welcome to the
Because
club.
I feel like the calmness is good. I can reorientate my thoughts. But with the chaos that has swirled within me for so long, this feels, and with my clarity now, it feels like the calm before the storm, that there's something worse coming. And my years in solitude and for penance for the things that I've done, to only now be clear-minded, I feel was in preparation for something coming. And I don't think that's being a vassal.
Well, let me dissect that bit by bit. Take it back a few steps. What makes you think something's coming?
The chaotic nature of the world we've lived in. And things that develop on the scale of a crescendo usually end in a bang.
Okay. I see where you're coming from, though. Just the nature of things and how they are. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have like a Ravinica 2 that we needed to deal with. Okay. I think that if whatever journey lies ahead for you and what it means to be Reese, we just got to take it step by step. And if the first step is confronting this uncertainty as to whether or not you ought to be a vassal, I think that's worth inspecting. There are so many opportunities in this world and ways to grow and to know people and know yourself outside of Paradise Peak, outside of the sponsors, outside of being a vassal. I've lived it. And if that's something that you want for yourself, I'd be more than happy to help you.
I sometimes still feel so emotional about it all, and I just hope I can, I don't know.
Don't beat on yourself too hard. If you're upset by it, it's just because you care. You care a lot, and I think that's a good thing. But only you can decide what you want for yourself, and that's after 100 years of having everyone telling you what to do, how to feel, all this. It's an exciting and scary notion, I imagine, but you have the reins now. You are in control. You decide where Reese goes next.
Hmm.
And wherever you do go, I will be beside you. I will support you, whether it be as a vassal or something else entirely. And as he says vassal, he kind of makes like a wishy-washy motion with his hand or something else entirely, and he kind of gives a thumbs up.
There's questions that need to be answered, and I don't know who to go to them for, or where it's safe to ask. And I thought maybe because you're not a vassal, and you've lived outside of those terms, that you might have an idea, or otherwise.
I got lots of ideas. There's plenty of things to do outside of being a vassal, but I can't say I've ever been in the predicament of
Just
becoming a vassal and being tattooed and all that.
how would you feel, and how much thought would you put into it if you were told by somebody else that your awakenings are not our own, in a sense? How much stock would you put into that?
Oh, who told you?
You'll she shakes her head a little bit. An alien parasite. And bear with me here, a ancient and extremely intelligent one.
You see, he looks around, makes sure you're not talking to anyone else, and he kind of like taps the side of his head as if he's trying to get sand out of his ears, and a little bit of dust goes. Is this parasite in your brain, or is it just something you had a conversation with, or?
No, I have a symbiote in my brain. That's not the same thing.
Okay, well, where's the parasite? I remember the symbiote. He's actually quite nice. He saved my life in the Coliseum there. I'm quite fond of him. But the other one.
I brought him to Nordstrom. He was something that I removed from one of the man-eaters we battled a little while back.
Oh,
And then
I remember that.
And then I put him in a girl.
Yeah, that girl. I opted not to watch that.
Yeah. She kind of like
hardcore.
Looks down again, a little bit of shame.
Well, if someone told me that, particularly an alien parasite, I would tell them to shove it. I would tell them to shove it. I would not place any stock in what they're saying.
The information was given in as payment for me helping them have a body in this world. It was, and I think you're someone that understands a deal struck, a payment in compensation for.
Oh. Yeah, there is nothing truer than the art of the deal. That does change things a bit. Well, I think before I get all horns and rattles about it, and the strength of the spirit and all that, I think we ought to ask, if they're not your awakenings, then whose are they? And go from there. It seems like we need more information.
How about who do we ask? And are we allowed to?
your sponsor witnessed the whole thing, no?
DM, you have to remind me whether or not he helped us be into the state to talk with A, but did he hear the conversation? I can't remember. I also don't have my notes here with me. Would Nordstrom have technically heard the entire conversation while we were in that state?
Sorry for the pause. I was grabbing a blanket.
Real.
Wait a blanket moment. The conversation with Nordstrom. There's two parts to it.
He
There was the part where you were originally talking to it while it was a thing that he was present for. The part where it became A and it joined in for the child.
Mhm.
That he was not present for. Because I think, and this is going off of a very long time ago, I think he gave you the room to ask any questions as payment because you did bring it to him, and you said you didn't care about the gold, so he said you can ask as many questions as it's willing to give, not as many as you want, because I think it gave you like 5 questions. But I don't think he was present, no.
He volunteered some information without specific questions, but
Correct.
But yeah. Okay. So no, I suppose Nordstrom wasn't in the room at the time. I mean, I wouldn't put it past a high-leveled artificer or spellcaster to hear otherwise, but shrugged her shoulders a little bit. I just don't know.
Do you trust him?
She takes a breath to like almost like immediately answer yes, and then she like pauses for a moment. I feel a loyalty to him, and I can't shake that. I honestly, if it was put me in front of him and something else, I would die in place of him if it was necessary. But I don't know if that is mutual. Take away the fact that he's significantly more powerful, and it probably wouldn't be all that hard. I don't know what his motives are. And given his position as a sponsor here, this is his world. He is an active part of. I don't know. Would you?
I believe that the sponsors of Paradise Peak, they all have their own motives. I think they all want what's best for this island, but they all have their own ideas of how to go about it and what's acceptable in the process of taking care of a place like this and assuring their status and so on and so forth. I think it will come down to what he thinks this could do for him, for the island, if you're not so sure that he has the same feelings about you that you do for him. But we could always try and investigate further, see if we could figure out what drives him forward. Or we could seek answers elsewhere. I may not know where right now, but it's a big world out there. There's a lot outside of Paradise Peak.
Yeah. It seems even with just one soul, my mind still doesn't stop.
You know, truer words were never spoken. Now you know anything that you do, anything that you think, it's all you. For better or for worse. Through sickness and through health, it's all you.
She stands up for a moment and kind of looks down to Mustang. If I ever felt like having a conversation with Nordstrom, I think I'd be comforted to have you there with me.
Uh, Mustang will rise to his feet. I'd be honored. I'd love to be there as a member of the Sixth and as your friend. And he's gonna kind of offer his arm in a way that suggests he would pull you in for a sort of brotherly hug.
She kind of stiffens and her back straightens a little bit. That'll do just fine. And she's like takes a slight step backwards.
Something about this group in touch, and he just puts his hand back out down at his side. Just let me know if you need anything else, Reese, all right? And he's gonna head for the door.
Thank you, Mustang.
Anytime. He's gonna find his room and call it a night.
All right. Anyone else doing anything in the meantime?
Kibley's gonna. Is it late?
It's nice, but like, call that conversation. Call it like 7:30ish.
Would I know if the guild's hall's still open?
Oh yeah,
Okay, she's gonna.
it doesn't close until midnight.
Alright, she's gonna run back and pick up her order.
Yeah. As you're kind of running through town, the snow streets, you can see, even though it's still kind of late, as you make your way deeper into the city, because Garen's Crossing is pretty damn close to the docks. As you're making your way close to the guild hall, you can see people are still active. Looks like there's still a lot of people, and you can still see there's a lot of carts headed towards the docks direction. As you're kind of having to make your way around a few people who are just moving crates, leading horses, and kind of small caravans as you do make your way eventually to the actual. Damn you. But as you do make your way eventually to the guild hall, you see Grilla's still there. She kind of has a book over her face and is leaning a little bit back in her chair.
Hi.
And as you come in,
Sorry.
you just appear and go, hi. I'm going to go ahead and make a dexterity saving for her. See if she doesn't fall back on her ass. Oh, she eats shit. Fully spooked, she does the thing where you kick just as like a fight or flight response, and the chair goes flying back, the book goes flying off her face, and she hits the floor hard.
Oh.
You just hear a groan on the other side of the desk. A few moments go by and she gets up. You can see there's like a little bit of a bump.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe next time you don't do that right in someone's fucking ears.
It
Oh.
was like, 10 feet away. Yeah, I did
Mhm.
say it quite softly. I'm sorry.
No, it's the fact that you say it real soft and I didn't hear your footsteps come in. You're fine, dear. What can I do for you?
I sorry. Um, Hi.
Oh,
I ordered the
yes,
gilded
you're
stick.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me go
Uh,
get that for you.
well,
Oh.
I was just wondering, do you do deliveries?
He pauses. I
Kind of
it's
smiles all teeth.
it depends where, darling. If it's local on the island,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
sure, we
no,
can do it.
it's local.
I'm sorry.
I
The
know,
accent.
I'm
Slow.
sliding.
Hey, it
It's
happens.
local.
It's local. Um, whereabouts is it? Who do you have a name and address?
So, do you know who um the common god of Paradise Peak?
There's a lot of them. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking the captain of the common god. I think his name's Rowan Ingard or something.
Rowan Ingar.
Yeah, kind of.
Actually, she doesn't need a history check because she's very familiar. She's Rowan. Yeah, I know Rowan. He stops in here every now and then to check on the people in the back.
Yeah.
And she looks down at the message, and she looks up at you, looks down at the message, and looks up at you. You want me to deliver this to him? Are you sure?
Is that? Do you mind? He said something like, "How much would that cost?"
No, I. Normally, you don't get many messages like this for Captain Eingard in general. So I'm just confused. Is there something that you did to him personally? Because most
No.
people think he's an asshole, and most people would be right. So it's just kind of weird to see someone apologizing.
Oh, do you think he's an asshole?
I mean, in the same way many people think. Ah, who's a good reference?
Me.
No, I don't know you very well, dear.
Okay.
You've been nothing but kind to me. The
Oh.
the the um the what's her face? Kroll. That's right, Evelyn Kroll. She is known as one of the biggest assholes on the council. Don't tell her I said that. But eh, she's only seen that way because her actions on the outside aren't very kind to a lot of people in power. You know, because for example, she was known for a few years ago. Um, Refugees weren't really a thing that Paradise Peak was doing. As you know, this land is mainly reserved for vassals and vassal families and things like that. Awakened sort. And there's a bunch of refugees that showed up from a collapsed dweller, about roughly 1,000 or so. And they were going to get turned away by the rest of the council to seek refuge elsewhere. They were going to be given supplies to go seek elsewhere, but Evelyn Kroll kind of made an asshole move by uprooting a certain family she had connections with. And because they were gone, an entire mansion and household was now open for 1,000 souls to make it their own. So some people think she's an asshole, if you only look at the certain details of it, but I think there's some good in everyone. And plus, Rowan has to punch a lot of people in the face, so not many people like him. But I think he does his job right.
That that was so weirdly specific.
Well,
Like
I was
very
trying to think.
focused and
You know,
it
I was
felt
going to use any
personal.
of. I felt okay. Well, listen, I was going to use any of the sponsors, right? But I just looked at a random list, and she was the first one that popped up.
Well, it's kismet. It's just simply what it is. Do you know where Mr. Ingott's residence is?
But do you want this to be anonymous, darling? Is that what the whole delivery thing is for?
No.
Because if you want to give it to him,
I mean, if
I'm
he's an
pretty
asshole,
sure
he
he's in.
probably could not tell who this is from just based on the message.
Oh,
So
I am certain he would have no idea who this is from if you didn't sign it.
fuck. I
But
don't know
if you
what
want to
name
give it
I
to,
told him.
if you want to give it
Shit.
to him, I believe he's in.
Do you know
So if
where
you
he
want-
lives?
I don't know his personal address, but I know he might. You can go check in the back. I think he might still be here.
Like in your back room?
She stares at you for seconds. Darling, where are we? You're in the
Hey,
Gillian Hole?
I don't. You just said
What's in the back of the Gillian Hole? It's where the common guard ran out of.
Oh,
It's where they have cells, storage, armory,
yeah. I didn't know that.
captain's office, medic's office. I think I've seen you go back there a few times.
Well, I was technically dragged back there. I think unconscious at the time, so
Yeah.
I don't remember it.
Oh, wait a minute. And you see,
Nope.
like,
She grabs the
a moment of
stick.
recognition. Are you the one? And you start
Nope.
walking away. And you can just hear off in the distance of like, oh, the Eldritch Blast one. Oh, I remember you. Okay, have a good night. As you walk off, do you go to the back of the
Yeah.
back of the guild hall? Okay. You make your way back, and you can see, a few different common guard are kind of just stationed about. You see, there's a few of them just playing cards at a table, clearly on break. There's another that's in a hammock, fully asleep, and you do see there's no one currently in the cells, but there's kind of like a longer hallway that continues down past them, and you see a familiar face as one that you only talked to briefly, but you still remember him. As you see Carl the common guard, the one who previously watched over you last time you were
Oh.
here, kind of looks up at you and goes, "Oh, hello. Nice to see you again.
Oh, hey, Carl.
Hey, what is it? Kipley, right?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey,
Good to see ya.
I was wondering, is Rowan here?
What's so funny? You got a joke?
It's been a night, you know. Anyways, is Rowan here?
Rowan. Oh, Captain
Captain
Angard.
Angard.
Yeah, he's in the
Yeah.
back. He's currently working on paperwork.
Right through there.
Hey, right down there. You like it? I can show you if you like.
What's your hand look like? She kind of looks
Oh,
at
I'm
his
not
card
playing
of hands.
cards.
Oh fuck! All right. Well, you know
My
what?
hand's fine though. Thank you for asking.
Oh yeah, you know what? This line right here, whoever it is you're looking at, you need to go for him. This right
You
here.
see there's a visible gash wound in the center of his hand.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, yeah,
I just got stabbed this evening.
yeah. And you know, use the other hand a bit more. This one needs to just rest for a bit. All right. Cheers.
All right.
So you just walk past, he's just staring at the other hand.
What does she mean by use you more? Do you know?
You continue down. You go to his office. The door is closed, but you do see it does say Captain Irongard labeled above.
Blah. She gives it a good. Fuck.
You give it a good fuck. and
No,
it does not
no,
move.
no. Sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry.
She
You put it right there in front of me.
She like goes up to it, looks like she's about to knock on it, pauses, brings her foot back like she's gonna kick at it, and then pauses, and she just kind of crouches down, not sure what to do, before she just kind of holds the stick out and just lightly taps it against the door.
You tap, and as soon as you tap, the door opens, almost like someone was sitting on the other side listening to whatever the fuck you were doing.
Ish.
And you see the towering Goliath form of Captain Ironguard, kind of a little bit of bags under his eyes, not in armor, as last time you saw he was in half plate. He's in common dress, kind of loose hanging, kind of white frilled shirt. You see he kind of looks down, kind of surprised to see you. You see an eyebrow raises. And he just stares for a moment before going. What can I do for you? I feel like there's going to be something that I'm not going to enjoy.
Kippley still crouched down for a moment. Here's the tone of voice. She kind of sees the bottom half of him and the posture, and for a moment she just kind of looks at it before she just kind of rises and then looks up at him. Hello, Captain. And she holds out the stick.
The other eyebrow raises and he picks it up.
Don't think a lot into it. I just someone wanted me to give this to you, and I'm just the delivery person. Anyways, thanks. And you look good, you know? Get some more rest. It's...
Is this some sort of prank
No?
you're pulling right now? Who set you up to this? Was it Carl? I told him no more pranks. I don't like them.
Carl's the one with the...
Grizzled hair, stone grey skin.
Oh, no, it wasn't Carl.
He's off the hook this time then.
No.
Who sent this then, if you're the messenger?
The messenger.
Oh, you said you're delivering this, so who made it? Who is this originally bequeathed onto you for?
She kind of looks at it for a long moment. And then her eyes kind of flicker up to him and she just smiles. I'm not one for... Actually... Do you know who I am?
Do I know who you are? Did you just ask me that question?
I assume that's a no.
I know you're Kippley of the Six. I know that you're lovely and a very expressive sponsor is Evelyn Kroll. I know you only got one registered mission underneath the Guildhall. I know you showed up here about 2 months ago, roughly, and that you've been semi-trouble since then.
Yeah.
Outside of that, not much.
Well, that's from me. You can do what you want with it.
Looks down at it again.
Have you changed your heart then?
No. More clarity of mind.
Well, instead of getting my sticks, do you know what you can do? Maybe think next time you blast.
Well,
But I do appreciate this. not many people come offering.
And he looks down at it. And how big would you say this? I'll leave it up to you. How big would you say this piece of driftwood is?
It's about 1.5 feet.
Okay, so not too small.
No.
Not many people get me something driftwoody, messagey, kindnessy kinds of thing.
Well, so
Appreciate it.
I know it probably seems small, but I've really only had. So I had this book growing up, and he talked about. He mentioned people who gave these sticks to each other. They were almost like olive branches, and they were considered like peace offerings or.
Standing a branch of friendship, is that what this is?
Kind of coming together, and you don't have to have. You don't have to agree about everything, but even if it's just one thing you agree about, just one ideal. And I appreciate that you care about those who don't have too many people caring about them. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I was one of the ones that put them in jeopardy. And
Can you go ahead and roll me a, I'll just say a straight charisma check with advantage.
Ugh.
26, Jesus.
You see, he pauses and smiles. It's the first time you've seen him smile since you've met this man.
I appreciate that. I do. I'm gonna be very honest with you, Ghibli. I was not expecting this. Especially not from vassals like yourselves. No offense, but most of you think you're above the law and you can do whatever the fuck you want. Makes my life a living hell. But I had the opportunity to be a vassal once, you know. Yeah. It was a long time ago. It was back in the early days. This first being created, and Jova really wanted me underneath his wing. It was a good opportunity. I could have done a lot for the whale.
but
Well, I was born here. I was raised here. My folks passed here. My brothers still live here. So I like to keep it clean. Street safe. It's not a very banked job to protect an island full of very powerful, influential people. Value that work a lot. I could appreciate when some people can recognize that. Even if they are the same people who caused me a very large headache and a very long talking to from those above.
sorry about that. I legit did not realize you couldn't do that kind of thing. I thought we were in an area. It doesn't matter.
I don't think you were doing anything wrong. Your blue friend, I think she's guilty as hell, but we don't got any proof. So there's nothing that we can do about that. Just wrong place, wrong time, circumstances, and the like. Leave it behind, though. It's for the best.
So, I kind of wanted to just leave this here and like disappear.
Yeah.
But since I'm here, do you regret doing what? Do you regret taking the job you're doing?
He pauses and you see he kind of looks up at the ceiling, almost if kind of racking his brain on it.
Yes and no. I missed out on a lot. Could have done greater things, maybe world-changing things. See, I'm not really as strong or as influential as some of your other friends, like Dom the Savage Hunter, or anything like that. But I did join a party that offered me a pretty good deal, vassalship and all. They went on to do pretty good things. They liberated an entire island of people. They saved thousands of souls. They lost a few people. I regret not being there. Potentially could have saved them. But in the same sense, I don't know how many innocent people would have died if I did go on the mission. If I did take the vassalship route. Not a lot of criminals dare to go deep in the island, but its shores are certainly open for all sorts of dirty business. Whether I did right or wrong, I don't think I could say. I'm gonna continue what I chose to do. Back.
For what it's worth, she kind of looks down at her own feet for a moment, kind of rocking back and forth. You may yet save many more.
That's the job. And that's your job. So I continue. I ask that you continue to do that. Make the island a safer place, one mission at a time, eh? Maybe take on a few more missions so you can actually make that happen.
She kind of looks up at him from beneath her brow. I hope you hear from me later, yeah?
Yeah.
Thanks for, knocking the shit out of my head.
It was a pleasure. Do it again for free.
Well,
But I don't think we're gonna get to that. Unless you go mental and stop off. But I think you learned your lesson.
Jay, there's got to be a better way of saying that.
Probably. I'm not a words.
Alright. Anyways. Terry-ho?
Good play.
What?
not a man of words, but I do appreciate this. I do hope that you do good. And just in case,
You see, he walks around his desk and picks up, looks like to be a small, kind of gray-looking gem. And he tosses it over to you.
I like to think she catches it, but I think she's a little slow.
Shatters.
Yeah, it just kind of bounces off of her.
Make me a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Ugh.
4.
4.
You catch it, and you do the thing where you were already in motion when you're catching it, so it bounces up again. You go and grab for it again. You actually hit it. It hits the ceiling, falls down, and luckily doesn't shatter. But he does awkwardly stare at you as you have to bend down and pick it up
Ugh.
after it just slammed against the floor.
Sorry.
maybe you should have someone else in your group hold on to it then.
Yeah, reflexes. It's not really my Thank you. It's just...
But if you ever find yourselves in a dire situation, Captain of the Common Guard is allowed once per day to step out in case assistance is needed. But if you summon me for just some stupid fucking reason, I'll go back to hating you again.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Alright. Now get the fuck out of my office, I got paperwork to do.
Okay, you just keep that stick. Good to see you. Alright, Captain. Gives a little salute. Walks off.
Door closes. You can go ahead and mark down your sheet. Summoning gem, Captain Eingard.
Oh my god. Megan does not like this.
Hey, you already seen a few used in the campaign, but now you got your first one.
Oh.
Although this one's not. No, it's useful. It's not a sponsor, but you got a Captain of the Guard. Cool. Is there gathering the friend Infinity Stones? Fire, water, air, iron. Is there anything else that you do while you're out, or anything else that anyone doing anything in the meantime first? Mammoth. Angry.
No.
One back at base.
The mammoth's having crazy dreams all over the place.
Yeah, no, we know what Mammoth's doing actually. It's a good point.
Oh.
Mammoth's going on an acid trip. Okay. While everyone else is out, Kipling, while you are walking in the street, with that conversation and all the time it took you to actually get here, it is roughly around like an hour has passed, 8:30, like 9 o'clock, and at this point, most of the streets are quieted down now, pretty empty. But you do see as you're walking, kind of back to Garen's Crossing. Are you walking back to Garen's Crossing, or did you have anything else?
Yeah, no, she's walking
Okay.
back.
As you're walking back and you're kind of passing by the docks, you hear a, "Hey, the fuck are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
The fuck are you doing?"
The-
You see Vince is just kind of leaning against one of the port posts.
What do you?
And just kind
do
of
you
looking
just,
out over the
like-
harbor.
Do you just like lean there until people just walk by that garner your interest?
If I said yes, would you believe me? No, what the fuck? I was just coming back from a conversation with one of my friends. I might be
Oh,
able to get you something that you were asking for. Might.
yeah,
Depends on how quickly they can move shit.
I was talking to. I was at the guild hall.
Yeah? What are you doing there?
I was given a olive branch gilded in gold, and it doesn't matter. What would you find?
Something similar to what you were asking for? You giving an olive branch to somebody?
It was more like driftwood,
Driftwood olive branch?
kind of.
Are you making friends with a god now?
Well, it was someone who bashed my head against the ground.
Oh shit.
Yeah, kind of threw me into.
And you gave an olive branch of friendship to that person?
Kipleigh's trying to be better.
Did you just talk about yourself in the third person?
She kind of does one of those smiles. It's like all teeth, shoulders up.
For someone who's seen into your mind earlier today, I'm concerned on so many levels. Alright. I'm not gonna ask about it. It seems like you have other things to worry about. I was actually gonna ask you if you wanted to go for a walk, but I was gonna do that when I got back, but here we are.
Oh
Go for a
yes,
walk.
I am walking.
Hey,
Do you
change
like?
direction with me.
Do you like to skip?
I'm not against it.
Okay.
Not
no.
my main method of transportation,
Yeah,
though.
it would probably be weird for you. We can
Well,
walk.
no, it just, in snow, you're gonna be slipping. If it was on cobblestone, maybe, yeah.
Why do you slip in snow?
Have you seen my shoes?
Actually, I've never seen snow, so this is great.
Oh, well, I've seen it only maybe once, twice before, and it fucking it's borderline sucks, and it's also kind of nice because it's pretty, everything's white, it's all kind of got a mood to it, but then it's also really shitty for moving shit because then you have to do twice the work, you have to clear pathways. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna talk about it. Come on, let's go. And she starts walking down the docks. And don't skip on the wood, you're gonna slip.
Not.
Does Kipley try and skip on the wood?
No, she just kind of jauntily walks for a moment and then just matches the pace.
And you can see now that you're actually on the docks, a lot of the ships that you saw earlier are now kind of the ramps to them pulled off. Some lights are on, and you can see some people are active, but most of them dock is dark. As you walk kind of down towards the end where the Dragon's Vow is actually parked. You can see Vince kind of takes a turn and continues on a different path that you haven't walked before and brings you to the very edge of the dock on the opposite side of where all of the ships are. And you can see it's just a large kind of pathway leading out into the ocean that kind of ramps downward, which you assume this is used to get boats into the water or to get any kind of vehicles that require both land and sea access. You can use this here. And it kind of walks to the edge of it. You see, kind of lets out a big breath, and some large plume of mist comes out. I had like 12 different things to say, and about 11 of them have left my brain.
What? I'm sorry. Do you need your heart pumper back?
Hey, does not affect how our brains work.
That is funny though, because normally blood is required to run through your body to keep your brain active and moving, but undead just work in such mysterious ways.
Hmm.
I'm gonna figure that out, how that works one
No,
of these days.
just let it ride to fantasy.
Sure. Hey, I never said I'm gonna do it right now. I just something down the line if I'm curious.
All right.
But no, I was gonna ask how you feeling? That was kind of a very intense conversation that I was not planning on having, but it just kind of got into.
What do you mean?
On the balcony.
I'm good.
Yeah. All right. I just wanted to check.
Are you
It was
okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm
I mean, because your sister was there. That's
I'm perfectly fine. Now, what you do to pick on my sister? That's weird. No, I
well.
don't.
I mean, I didn't know you had siblings, and you've
I
got
don't.
like 10 of them.
There's a whole lot about me that I don't tell a lot of people. All right.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm trying to make.
No. Words, despite me being excellent bard and being able to craft songs and smart, witty comments on the sly, uh, genuine words, not my forte whatsoever. Um, as I said before, I don't really have friends. I don't really make a lot of close friends. Not many of them are still alive, so it's hard for me to articulate what I am thinking in a meaningful manner. But I just wanted to say that was very nice, and I very much enjoyed that conversation with you.
Oh, that's the when we were talking about how we were dead.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, well, it's not just the dead part, but everything. It was nice. Anyway, as I said, I am not great with words, but I thought, going off of what you previously said, the fact that I don't show a lot and I don't really talk about a lot about myself, I thought I could offer you a little, something, a little fun trip to do tonight,
What's that
in case you
mean?
didn't have anything.
Is it Sudafed?
No, not the drug kind.
Oh.
I do have access to that, but not on me.
What?
Are you big into suit or something?
I heard about it once, and I've always wondered. I just might need you.
Well, if you
keep
want to
that
try,
on
if
the
you want to have a
retainer.
suit night, we can schedule that in for the future.
Okay.
It will take me a little time to get it. It's pretty cracked down around these parts, so I don't just have it on me or lying around, but it's not the hottest thing in the world to find.
Okay.
Just,
I
takes
only
time.
heard rumors.
Good ones, I presume.
Yeah, like babies turning into superheroes on it. I don't know.
Oh, I've taken it a few times before in the past.
Yeah?
It's an experience.
Oh.
You of all people, not the one I would expect to ask for that, but
Well, I
that
guess
is
I
funny
decided I
nonetheless.
don't know.
I don't know what it would do to you since you're already such a personality.
Oh.
And kind of gives a cocky smile. But it'd be fun to find out.
Anyway,
Anyway.
I know you said you were going on it. And the sky whale thing, right?
Oh, yes, the poison.
Yeah. Well, not just the poison, but you see going at the fucking sky whale. That could be stressful. Probably gonna have a day to be journeying about, and I figured you could use some distressing before that. So, and he reaches into his pocket and he holds out a key for you.
What's that?
Go ahead, toss it in the water. Trust me, it's not gonna sink.
She hesitates for a moment before she plucks the key out of his hand. We're on the docks.
And you're right next to the ramp that actually leads into the water.
She kind of holds to it closely for a moment.
You see, it's a pretty plain looking golden key. Except when you look at it a little closer, you can see this little red rune marks carved into the actual keyhole. Or actually, the loop of the key, excuse me.
Let me just throw it in the water. It
Yeah, just
will
me.
sink.
No.
She kind of looks at him for a moment and then looks to the water. And her shoulders kind of drop a bit. And she tosses it.
Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. You watch as it sinks beneath the surface. Disappears. Vince goes, "What'd you do that for? You actually for the key? Oh, I thought I was playing with you. That was very expensive. Come on, Kip. Nah, I'm fucking with you." And you hear this kind of like droning sound from underneath the water, and you see bubbles begin to rise, and slowly rising up and drifting to the surface of it. You see a contraption that you've never seen before. This kind of beautifully sleek looking design. It looks like it has wheels on it and a frame that you could sit on it, almost like a horse or something. It's weird. But you watch as Vince kind of hops aboard and gestures for you to sit behind him. And actually pauses and goes, "Well, if you want, I could gladly show you how to ride this."
She kind of stands there like dumbfounded for a long moment. Eyes wide. Like mouth open. And then she just scampers forward. Like arms grasp like his elbow before swinging around behind into the seat.
All right, hold on tight. This does go really fast. And also, it's kind of loud. And you watch as he puts two hands on the kind of extending rod that's kind of connected to the front of it. And you watch as he pulls it, and a large kind of droning sound begins to build up, and you begin to peel off at 120 feet per second out into the water. And I do actually have a game visual for it. You watch as you just seamlessly bounce from small wave to wave and begin to rapidly take off. You can see it kind of begins to go around kind of the eastern part of the island, which you know houses the slumbering and a lot of more woodland area than actual city. It kind of runs alongside the coast.
getting a little bit closer to the shore, then weaving in and out. You can see there's some icy slicks that he kind of goes around. At some point, there's a kind of jetty, kind of goes out into the ocean, and he kind of rides up on it partially before going to the water. Before he eventually settles and slows down on a small island that's not too far off. Kind of brings it and wheels it ashore. Kind of turns around and goes,
You know, there's a lot of fun shit that can happen when you make deals, but a lot of people focus on the bad aspects. This cost a lot of golds, even some lives, but boy is it fun. Nothing like her. You want to try?
She's kind of smiling a bit, looking at it. For her eyes kind of flicker up to him. What did it cost you?
Don't worry about it. Came with an old deal. If you really want to know, I'll tell you, but nothing too bad. It's kind of a bundle, I guess you could say. Got a few things with it. One of them was that stone.
kind of just gestures to you. You really want to know?
Would you show me?
Yeah. Oh, you mean like any he points at his head? I mean, yeah, that'd be fine. Just don't go wandering, all right? It gives kind of a crack.
Are you afraid what I'd find?
Afraid? No, but there's some embarrassing stuff in there too.
And she like kind of reaches out and snatches his wrist for a moment.
Ooh.
Would you look?
Hmm?
And she kind of holds his hand up to her own head.
What do you mean when I look? You want to pauses? You mean like look into each other? If you want to show me something, yeah, I would. I wouldn't turn it down.
She kind of pauses there for a long moment, gauging the situation. Before she kind of steps forward a bit more and just raises the hand against her head, like against the side of her face, and just kind of presses it. And as she kind of presses it against her face, she kind of, her eyes dart to the side for a moment before reconnecting, and with a slightly guilty look, she just says, "I'm sorry."
You don't have to be sorry. Well, for what? You've done
And she
nothing wrong.
just opens her mind up to him.
Okay. What would you like to show him?
So, I think how it would go. I think it would almost kind of be like before, where he kind of steps through a door, and
Mm-hmm.
who opens it is actually like a Kipling at a very young age, child age.
Oh.
And she opens the door and reaches up and kind of grasps his hand and starts pulling him forward and kind of walking through. And it almost becomes like these flashes of memories that she kind of walks him through, starting with the family, the dweller, the desperation, the starvation,
Okay.
the disease, all of that, the sacrifice, the ritual, and every point that it flashes to a new memory, the Kipling holding his hand kind of like ages to the appropriate age. And it continues on until like each new part, she just walks him through the entirety of it. Up until probably the moment that she just recently showed him, which was on Portcliff.
Yeah.
At which point it would be herself then turning towards him. And she kind of takes her other hand up and brings it to his cheek. She just kind of leans forward and just says, "I'm so sorry." And she kind of leans up and gives him a kiss on the forehead. And then as she kind of leans back, they're both out of the head. And it's actually back in reality.
Yeah. Vince pauses. You can see he eyes originally closed. You can see like rapid eye movement under eyelids as he begins to process years worth of memories that you showed him, even in brief flashes and images. When you open his eyes, you see a smile. You see he goes and reaches down and kind of gets into a big hug. Thank you. That was a lot. And I can tell that was very... You've been through shit, huh? Wow. That explains... Yeah. I understand. I'm sorry. It makes me happy to know that there's a chance to get family back. You can replace a lot in this world, but you can't replace family.
Any way I can help, let me know.
She kind of squints at him a bit and like tilts her head. You understand? All of that follows me wherever I go, right? Yeah. Like that. There's no escaping any of that. That.
Would. I think this could be a little easier. Just
He kind of puts feel kind of that opportunity in the same sense you open. Do you delve in or no?
Sorry, it broke up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, no. He leans his head on top of yours, and you feel that same kind of feeling where you open the door to him for detect thoughts. He offers to you as well.
She kind of, her mouth closes, kind of squares her shoulders a bit, and she gives a slight nod as she just, she'll gently go through the door.
Unlike your experience of delving into others' minds, there is a almost slight kind of drumming, droning sound. Almost like a pressure at your temples as you begin to step into Vince's mind. And you can see kind of a similar looking image of Vince just guiding you through it. You see a small network of ships connected together by planks, ropes, nets. A very makeshift kind of island floating about in the sea. You see Vince's childhood. A room full of blankets, of cloth, of anything being tied up as hammocks, and just almost a dozen kids all sleeping within them. And you can see Vince in one of them. You see as he gets older, he sits out on the edge of the ships, wanting to see what's beyond it. Eventually you see that a dweller goes by. One that you have not personally seen in life, but one that you recognize as the Midnight Rose. Completely black ship, slightly purple accents to it. One of the largest dwellers that there is out there. You see they're picked up by it. A new life begins there. Vince begins working to pay off room and board. A tireless job at a butchery. Continues for a number of years. It's not paying enough. He begins to look elsewhere, making friends in places. You see gold being slipped, small crates, boxes, sacks being passed around. You see him running from guards. You see him cornered by two. And then you see a flash, and he's at the end of the other alleyway with a bloody dagger in hand. And you look back in the alley and you see bodies stacking up. 4, 5, 10. And then you move past and you see what looks like to be some kind of brothel, nightclub, some sort of entertainment district. And you see a pale-skinned woman, Vince, sitting on the opposite side of a coffee table having a conversation. You can feel, although even though it's not in your own chest, his heart beating, him sweating, nervous. You see a sickly smile form across her face as she reaches out her hand, and he shakily accepts. You watch as immediately upon contact of his skin, a golden, orangish aura envelops him. You see his awakening. And then you see flashes of follows, that him performing, people falling in love with just hearing his voice, him making enough gold to pay for anything that he wanted. You see him happy and indulged in this power of song and dance and performance. And then you see him charming people, stealing from them, robbing them, leading them down alleyways, and then only him walking out. And each time he reports back to the woman. And each time you see she reaches out, and you can feel additional awakenings after each task. It goes on for years. You can see the look in Vince's eyes as he stares into a mirror. It becomes more and more dead. Cuts ahead a large chunk of time to him, standing at the edge of the dweller, looking over the side of the ship with thoughts of jumping. You see he turns around. You see flashes of her everywhere. Him going back, having a conversation, saying he wants out, saying he doesn't want anything to do with this anymore. How he can't do it. And you see a semblance of a threat. Gifts that are given can be revoked. Treasures that are now yours can be seized. Loved ones taken. You see she offers him a way to help deal with this. To help take away the emotions that wane on him. And you watch as she stabs him in the chest, and Vince dies. A few days later, waking up, gray-colored skin, blood-red eyes. He looks down, his fingernails more claws. Looks in the mirror and you can see 2 large fangs dripping blood. And he looks around the room that he's in and it's filled with bodies, fresh. Skips once more. His connections has made friends. He makes pacemaker.
begins to run, collecting his family, as many as he can. You watch his 5 brother and sisters. Their faces vanish from his memory, as they didn't make it off that dweller. His mother, weeping tears, watching him sail away. You see Vince, kind of almost in the fetal position, curl up in a ball at the bottom of this boat, tears, crying. You see when he opens his eyes, he just sees that woman every time. You see he gets to Paradise Peak, he sets up Garen's Crossing, and business ensues from there. And eventually he brings you to the point where he sees all of you for the first time at the arena before snapping back to reality. Where you can feel the same position as you were before you went to his mind. He's just gently holding you as he slowly takes his head off of yours, kind of looks down. They gauge your reaction, or he looks nervous.
Kipling is very surprised in a manner that she was not expecting, as her expression is just kind of not shocked, but just huh. And as she pulls back a bit and looks up at him, I feel like I had a whole speech for you.
Yeah?
Yeah, it kind of went something along the lines of, you know, this is it. This is the chance where we get to decide if we want the free pass, you know? To just walk away. No strings attached. Guilt-free. No one would blame.
That's changed. Jared, welcome, Jared. How are we? Oh, bye, Jared.
What a tease.
What a team. You see, he looks kind of. You see a look of surprise and a slight smirk of happiness cross his face, but then go back to confusion as you trail off. You and I both got plenty of strings, Kipling. If you wanted to run from them, I wouldn't blame you. I would so much love to run with you. Far as we could. But I don't think either of us can right now. You with Ravinica, and me with Carmine. You see the flash in your mind, the name of the woman kind of links together.
The person who was in your office. The one day I came in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And who was that?
One of her associates.
How old are you?
Old.
Oh,
Really old.
yeah, I'm not that old.
I look a lot younger than I actually am, but I lost track a long time ago. 200 something. I don't remember. You don't think I'm any different, do you?
Of course.
I see. It's fine. You can judge. I'm not exactly the greatest person. I know I've done a lot of shitty things to a lot of really innocent people who didn't deserve it.
Vince.
He looks up at you.
Most of the shitty things I've done were a mistake. But the future will be intentional. She kind of steps forward a bit. I need help. She reaches out and takes his hand. I need grounding, and I need to care. She kind of smiles, almost kind of desperately. Because I'm quickly losing connection and all reason for caring.
you see he leans in and kind of pulls you into his chest, kind of holding your back, kind of running his hand through your hair. I know how it feels. Feel nothing. It's not fun. I know it feels like everything's slipping away from you. I know so well. I had to deal with it for so many fucking years. I don't want you to deal with that. You don't deserve to deal with that. You've already dealt with so much. Pulls back for a second and looks at you. Kipli Gamorda. You know, that's a lovely name. I don't think this is gonna be your end. I think this is a new beginning. I think you and your friends are gonna do great things. And if I can help with any of that, you just need to say the word. Do you want me to help you, Kipli?
No. No. She kind of leans a bit more.
Further in or further out?
Further in.
Further in, okay.
I want this to be your story. I want this world to remember you as the hero. And I'll do whatever it takes to make that a reality.
I think my time of playing hero is far done. Far past. Why would you even want that?
She kind of rests a hand up against his cheek. Because
I don't think I would make a very good hero, Kipling. Heroes give themselves for the world, for the things they care about. You see, he puts his hand on your cheek. I would give the world for things that I care about. And I care a lot about you. And you watch as he very slowly begins to lean in.
he will attempt, with your permission, to gently go in for a kiss.
Yeah. Yeah, that's alright.
Holds it for a moment and kind of pulls you close. And you can feel the pulse, the pacemaker quicken. Even though he lacks one, you can still feel the slight bit of warmth emanating from you, kind of slowly beginning to leak into him. And he gently pulls away and has a look of I need to read your face right now or I'm in so much trouble. As he just kind of gauges your reaction.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. No. No, it's fine.
Do care a lot about you. You grew on me way faster than expected. Oh, fuck.
Well, you don't have to sound so, disgruntled about it.
Well, you know. I've been alone and uncaring for a whole lot of years. So it's a new feeling. It's a lovely one, but it's new.
Well. On the dwellers, we were often called monsters.
Mm.
And rats, and, just generally disliked. But I once read that you're only a monster when you understand the strength necessary to command that much power, and yet be gentle. So, maybe we show the world.
Monsters can be gentle.
Yeah. It's possible, right?
I think it's gonna take a whole lot of convincing.
Yeah.
I don't know if a kingpin and the daughter of death are the two best advocates, but we can certainly try.
Are you a kingpin?
Yeah, you come on. Don't make me use an official title. Fuck. No, I'm not.
Vince the Kingpin.
No. I hated the name.
Would you prefer Vince the Prince?
Which actually, as you say that, you get a flash in your mind.
brief remnants of memories that he tried to skip over quickly. But as you say the name, quickly recognize that is not the full name. Since the prince is the cutesy little name that he's been using to leave his cards and connections with on Paradise Peak. But you see what it used to be called back on the Midnight Rose as the Prince of Death.
Oh my god.
And you see him unaware that you recognize that, kind of smile. Sure, Vince the Prince is fine.
Okay.
And, well, you know, every prince needs his fine steed, but,
What the fuck? I am
What?
not a steed.
not you. He flicks you on the nose.
Ow.
I meant the bike.
Oh.
The bike, Kiply.
I don't know
God,
what a bike is.
I would never call you a steed. I have standards for how I talk to ladies, especially ones I care about.
I'm not a lady.
You most certainly are something.
Okay. Wow, what a fucking night. Was not
Yeah.
expecting this to go this way.
I was half expecting you to leave me on the island alone after learning shit about me. But, yeah, I wasn't expecting this either. This is a turn of events. A pleasant turn of events. But a turn of events nonetheless. What I was gonna say is, you are going after a sky whale, and you are now under the registry of someone that I very much care about. So as a prince needs his steed, the daughter of death can borrow her own. And he gestures towards the strange device. Can't fly, but if you need to catch up to something.
Are you giving me a motorcycle?
What's that called? I don't know what the fuck that is.
Are you giving
This is
me
known as the Devil Rider.
a cloud bike? A sky bike?
It's a, you know, technically a infernal machine, but yeah. It might take you a few days to get proficient with it, but it's a hell of a bike. And if it makes you a little bit safer on the trip, that would make me feel the better. Okay?
Yeah, alright.
Alright then.
Just for clarity, we're headed back to your room, right?
His face gives the impression of blushing, but since he doesn't have blood flow, it's physically impossible. But you just see he has that look on his face. He goes, we are now. And he gets back on the bike and goes, unless you want to drive, I suggest you hop on.
You should probably show me how it works, so yeah, she'll hop on behind him.
Sure, pay attention. And he begins to lead you back to Paradise Peak, giving you some small tips on what buttons do what, how to make it go faster, slow down, how to make it do a pit stop You even see at one point it jumps 60 feet into the air before crashing back down onto the waves. And he brings you back to Garen's Crossing and brings you into the back entrance of it, taking you a little indirect route, not going for the VIP lounge, to his personal room, where we will fade to black and leave whatever happens there in the open, and we'll go ahead and take a long rest. And also move down to Jared's sanctuary, because is Jared trying to get in? I just read chat.
Autobots, roll out!
Oh, yeah, I'll move everyone down. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let me ping Jared to see if he can hop in. I didn't realize that.
Yay!
There he is. There he is. Man of the hour. How
Man
you
of the
doing,
day.
bud? Yeah, man of the day too.
Jared, we can't hear you!
Jared, you're muted, buddy. You're double muted.
Jared. Ricola. Guys, that was crazy. I'm
I
so
love
glad
that
I remembered to
function.
mute my mic because I was being a little fucking chatterbox over here. I'm so glad that in
Well,
D&D, for every dramatic thing that happens, I can be a little fly on the wall.
Hold on, Mike is showing himself. I will post. This is not the exact stat block you'll be using, because I made my own homebrew one, but this is the basis for those who know what the Infernal Machines are, because they're actually really cool.
R.I.P. Vince, you would have loved motorcycles.
You know, born too soon to experience motorcycles, but born at just the right enough time that if you sell your soul, you can have one. Or close to one.
So, oops, Jared's gone again.
I know, I
Yeah,
want
he
to wait for him to
disappeared.
join because I have Jared things that I need to do.
Oh boy.
I wasn't actually expecting him to show up, but I'm excited now.
We gotta know how his birthday went.
Oh yeah?
My birthday's gonna be on a day that we have D&D.
It's on a Monday?
Yeah. You bet your
Oh,
sweet
yeah.
ass I'm still showing up.
I was gonna say, are you and April gonna actually, like, you don't have to. You can enjoy the day.
Jared, how was your birthday?
Okay. Yeah, all right.
I don't know. Oh, it works. Okay, cool.
Oh, you're sounding crispy, brother.
Are you on your webcam, Mike?
No, I'm on my JBL headphones. So I'm on my
Not the
phone.
JBLs!
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You
got
got
the
the
JBLs.
JBL headphones too?
The McDonald's
Yeah.
fucking drive-through mode.
We love that. We love that.
Is
Oh
it
my-
is it ass? Is it?
It's different. I'll say that.
It's fine. It doesn't, like, you know, no quality of life issues.
You
can hear you fine.
unironically sound so close to one of my dearest friends right now, and it is shocking. But you do sound fine because he has the same mic.
Gang. It's I I'm waiting for this laptop to unfuck itself. So but we gotta get to the real shit here. Kipley? What happened with the spice? What is this? What is I'm seeing the memes. What is this?
Tell
They
him.
spooched!
Somebody tell him.
I can't.
Okay, I can.
They shared a little bit of a
Yeah,
island
what
getaway
if
moment.
Kipley Gomorta was called Kipley Freaks?
Dude, as soon as you started saying that, I knew where it was going.
God, you have problems.
And
I
she ate
thought
ass and
Kipling
sucked toes.
No, she mentally shared trauma and kissed Vince.
They use detect
I-
thoughts to look into each other's minds
But I
and
thought
essentially share trauma.
she had
And
like a
then
partner, or is he dead? I don't know. But
No,
He
she's
is
the
dead.
reverse harem type. Kipley, many husbands.
Kipling has what? I mean,
And
fair,
collecting
but
infinity stones, nah,
Hello.
collecting husbandos.
Yeah,
man.
different hoses, different area codes.
I need to fill my wine
as many
glass.
as her names, or
Yeah, yeah,
Fill my
one for
wine
each
glass.
name.
Okay.
are all Kipley's names just like what her different partners called her, or is
That's how
this
she doesn't
like
get caught.
Oh my god. That's so fucked up. The bad
saying.
ending. Cool. Well, I hope you enjoy your birthday, Jared.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
How old are
Thank
you?
you. I'm
40.
25.
No,
Nope.
God.
Wait. Oh. I don't know why I assumed you were younger
No,
than me.
no,
What?
Dom is the youngest. You're the Dom.
Incorrect.
Oh, I
I
thought Dom
assumed
was
you guys
younger.
were the same age. I
Well,
don't know
actually,
why.
wait, how old are you, Ryan?
24.
Fuck. Okay, but you're only by I think you're only older by like a few months because I turned 24 this year too.
Damn,
I
you guys
turned
are all
25 in
old
June.
heads.
Shut up. We're not bringing age into this.
you're calling them
Cool.
old? Jesus.
Yeah, I know. The cool. Do you have access to the Discord? Obviously not Roll20 right now, but to the Discord, Jared?
Oh yeah, I mean on my phone, and then I have another computer, but that computer. Yeah. What's up?
Perfect. Cool. So we're gonna quickly move on off of that long rest, to actually something that Duradon wakes up to. Duradon,
Mhm.
as you wake up in the morning and you get out of your bed, I have a question. Where does Duradon
Mhm.
normally store his weapons when he goes to sleep?
Oh shit! Where do I store my weapons when I go to sleep? God, I don't sleep on a bed of weapons. I think he like polishes and kind of sets them to the side, like packs them in his bag. You know what? Fuck it. Doradon carries an extra set of clothes, and he's a preppy boy. So he lines his clothes for the next morning with the weapons. That like makes sense. So he's like putting daggers in like the fold of the pants, and
You put weapons in your
yeah, like the same way that like
Importantly,
when it's the first day of school, you know how you lay your outfits out and everything. Like a Doradon
yeah.
does
I
that
get that
with
part. I get
weapons.
that part.
Yeah.
Importantly, where do you put the black blade?
Uh, Doradon probably before he goes to sleep shifts it to a dagger and kind of like vampire sleeps with it.
I feel like your hands holding the hilt as on your chest.
Mm-hmm.
I love that so much.
If I gotta wake up and stab a bitch, I gotta be ready.
No, that's so good. As you awake upon the new dawn, after taking a long rest, still, we didn't skip ahead in time. Still the same night that we left off last time. As you wake up, you find in your little vampire hold, the dagger is no longer there.
He 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 looks around. He's looking for Kipley. First and foremost. of the people he feels could sneak up
You
on
were all
him.
given private rooms, and
Yeah, you
Oh, wait.
bitch.
wait. No, this is actually so much more funnier. So do you just abandon your room and go into Kipley's to check?
No, I think I'm looking around for Kipley. Like I feel like Dordan's
Oh,
thing.
gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah, he's like
you
Kipley's
spend a few
sneakiest person.
moments. You spend a few moments. Nothing.
I begin looking around my room for signs of like forced entry or uh
Make
you know.
me either a perception or survival check.
All right, I will find a computer that has that. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. I think I got the Roll20 app. Don't fuck with me. I stay strapped with the Roll20 app. Don't fuck with me. There we go. Sign in. Eh, eh, sign in. There we go. Journey to the Shrouded Isles. Jordan. What you need me at?
Either perception or survival, your choice.
Prescription or survival? Any skills? What my skills are? Abilities and skills.
22,
21. Or 20.
21.
Yeah, one of them. I don't know
They're
which one
one
is first.
off. So you're good. As you look at the floor, and more importantly, as you look at the bed and how you got out of it, the folds at the very end are slightly messed up. And you can see faint footprints, kind of not like dusted footprints, but you can just see what looks like to be slightly sooted footprints walking out of the room.
Oh god. Mustang?
But I will say this: the way that it looks like as you're putting two and two together because you rolled so high, it looks like something left the bed.
What? Oh hell no. I'm throwing shots at everybody. During his profile the entire
Garen's
game.
Crossing Massacre.
Uh Dordan's going to grab his glaive, the dragon touched weapon.
Mhm.
And he's going to begin to kind of like prowl and stealthily, follow the footsteps.
It doesn't take you very long, as soon as you open the door, you can see a back is turned to you, and there's someone that looks like is guarding your door. And you see the footsteps do not go past them. Kind of broader shoulders. You see black threads running down their hair. And as they turn around, you almost shit yourself as you see a face that you have not seen in about 13 to 14 years. As you hear in kind of a low, dull tone, "So you have awoken. We should talk. Come." And they kind of walk past you back into the bedroom. And just sit on a lounge at a coffee table. The form that it is currently looks very similar to Andreas. It doesn't look exactly like him, but it looks almost like a younger version of him. And I will gladly post of what he looks like in game visuals.
Hey.
And you have that moment of like mind racing confusion going through your mind. That is not what he looked like when you killed him. He looked visibly older because by druid and by elven terms, he was ancient.
He was
Mm.
old. But this, it resembles him enough that you think it might be maybe one of his kin? Maybe like a son or something? But you don't know. And you watch as he sits down on the couch and kind of props his feet up on the coffee table and looks expectantly for you to sit across from him.
Duradon uses the glaive to close the door, or halberd, whichever one it is, to
Yeah.
close. And sits across, weapon still in hand. He didn't trust. He didn't trust the person, but he's gonna trust the process. So he sits down.
You do so. As you sit across from them, you see the figure kind of stares at you with this kind of like 1,000-yard stare. And they kind of look you up and down. And a slight smile is cracked. Do you find this form off-putting, Duradon?
Oh, it's not the form. It's I find the general situation off-putting. But I feel I've seen weird shit. Um, Once you see
Okay.
an island try to fuck you up. That's important.
Former
It's
would
all
be
downhill.
concerning, but yes. The latter certainly gives your mind room for understanding. Do you know who I am?
Uh, Andreas?
I took the form you were most familiar with. I'm glad you can recognize it. But I am not the one you call Andres. He is on sabbatical. Vacation, if you will. I think you know my name. What is it, Duradon? What's my name?
What's in the box? I'm sorry.
What's in the
Um,
box?
uh, Claret?
The smile cracks into a wide grin. Oh, you're one of the smarter ones. Good. This is gonna make this conversation oh so much easier. Pleasure to formally meet you, Duradon the Savage Hunter. I am Clarent, Blade of Sin and Stone. And I must say, you are a marvel, my friend. As they extend their hand outward for a handshake.
Duradon is going to extend his hand to meet the handshake, and while he does, he's going to ask, before this gets like really awkward and weird, um, your hilt is the equivalent to like your arm and hand, right? Like I'm not
Don't
grabbing
worry
a
where you grab
leg
me.
or foot. Oh, all right.
And he shakes it, and as you shake, it's not flesh that you touch. It's almost like you're touching an animated statue of cold stone. But it's also not cold. It is warm, hot, almost like you're touching volcanic rock. But it doesn't burn when you touch it. You feel that same fervor, that same energy, the same adrenaline rush that every time you've held Clarent meet you once more as you release that feeling. Lingers for a moment before fading. Normally it takes slaying of many souls and attunement for years for me to be able to blossom into such form, but for you it only took a few days. Although you did slaughter so many with me, I thank you for that. I've not been fed in a very long time. But I came this morning to have a conversation with you. One I think you'd be very interested to hear. Do you know how I work? Do you know the making of which our bond is had?
I feel like I know something, but it's not the thing you're asking me about, and so this is the part where I listen intently, because details matter.
I like that. You found me lodged in the chest of a Varnak. My purpose dulled, my blood set to rot. I was nothing but a tool for others to indulge in. But you set me free. For that you have my thanks, little hunter. And you made a bold claim that you would find my sister and my brother and wield them as one. You said that to the face of a being who've walked this plane longer than you could ever know. Your livelihood intrigues me. Your savagery. Tantalizing. My blade is ever changing. Whatever you wish me to be, I will become. Whatever you need, I provide. As long as you continue to feed off of my strength and provide me the others, the ones who you slay, I think we will have a fantastic time together. You've only seen one of my powers. I have many. I'm not an average blade or anything you've ever experienced before. You've but tapped into the endless well of my knowledge and power. And I'm here to make an official contract. One you're very familiar with. Would you like
Like,
to hear the terms?
I mean, of course, I listen. I'm no cleric or paladin or anything like that. Uh, Deals can be beneficial no matter who they come from. Are you
Um,
referring to like an attunement type deal, or are we referring to a
no, we've already gotten
kingly
past
type?
that, my friends.
Uh,
I let you attune to me because you showed potential. Your fight with Calamity was gorgeous. I had to lend you my aid. Seeing such potential burn out so quickly, so soon, it would be a waste. So I lent you a minor, and look what you did. You lived what others would have seen mere seconds of. Hell, you saw a sponsor get caught down in front of you, and you kept fighting. My interest was piqued, so I allowed your attunement for that. But this is something greater. You see, I have an extraordinary gift. One I'm willing to share with you. But on
certain terms, of course. I'll become your blade. I'll allow you to use me however you see fit. I'll follow you on your journeys. I'll guide you, give you the graces and knowledge that allow you to triumph in battle, give you what you lack ever so. Your savagery provides you something that sets you above most men. But my experience of the battlefield will make you a monster. Something that beasts wouldn't fear. They would die or kneel before instead. Sound intriguing enough?
Uh, yeah, it really depends. I like seem pretty dope. Your powers are amazing. Um, yeah, just I like to get the full breadth of the contract before I'm like, ah, yeah, that was, it's kind of like uh, uh, a vendor's going to show you the best of their wares and talk about how great things are, but you kind of want to see the day to day as well, just to make
Of
sure that what you're getting
course.
into, is good.
I'll put it this way. You keep feeding me, and I will grant you more power. I haven't been used by worthy hands in a long time. My blade is dulled, not what it once was, but sharpen me against the armor and bone and blood of your enemies. Allow me to bathe in their blood, to feast on their souls, and I will become stronger, and you will become stronger in hand. But if you refuse to feed me, I will have to break away from this arrangement of ours. You've given me enough so I can take corporeal form, but it will slowly fade unless I'm fed again. You understand?
Yeah. As long as you're fine eating, um, the way that my savagery kind of works is it's aimed towards contracted kills. So,
Oh, contracts don't matter to me in that aspect. All I care about is flesh and blood and all the animus that you can drain from a body.
that sounds dope. I happen to be good at killing things and hunting things, and I mean, there's no
I've
shortage of it.
seen that. And I think you can do so much more with a better tool. And I think I can be that tool for you. So do we have a deal? Extending his hand outward.
Sure. I just want a last point of clarification here. Does this make me a oh fuck. What are those people called that like borrow power from strange entities?
You're not
Um
going to become a warlock.
yeah,
Although I
those.
do
That's
have
something.
that power to give. I don't think that's one you would want.
Yeah, no, I'm strong, not in the kind of force of personality way
You
though.
don't need to tell me. I'm well aware of what you can do.
Oh, nice,
You
nice.
attune to me, I attune to you. I know every single inch of your body better than you do, my good sir. It was a pleasure to
I
have you
don't
back, Caitlin. Bye bye. Good night.
yeah, the That's weird. That was a weird thing that you said.
You can interpret it how you like.
I just
But
want
I
I
know you
wanted. Yeah. Okay.
is all that you need to understand. So you don't have to become a warlock or have any sort of further deals with me, but just keep me satiated, and I'll stay with you. But let my blade become dull. My fondness for you will wane, and I'll have to find another.
And this won't be a thing of like I get good at feeding you, and then you're just like, ah, now I want more. Like you're not a greedy blade, are you? You're just like,
I'm many things, but greed isn't one of them. You've seen him already in the flesh. I wish I was there to cut him down instead. He would have stayed dead, you know.
oh, you can keep things dead.
I can do so much more to things than a normal blade can. The sin of pride you struck down, he could have given his powers to you. Think of what we could do together. And if you found my brothers and sisters, you ever dream of killing a monarch? Or becoming one?
I don't think I want to become one, but
Oh,
killing
I
one.
don't think you understand what that brings with it.
If I become one, then there's no further apex to hunt.
That's what
I'm a
you
hunter.
think.
Oh, there's more? There are more beyond the monarchs to hunt?
I was made at the beginning of time. I've seen everything. The monarchs are the pinnacle of this world, but there are others. There's so much I cannot even comprehend. So much I can show you. In due time.
As long as there's a hunt to be had and decent people to benefit from it. I don't care if, I'm on the good or bad side of it. Just as long as there's something to hunt and generally people benefit from the hunted being dead, I'm pretty much good with the arrangement.
Fantastic. And trust me, I think you'll enjoy this much more. Being part of a hunt is thrilling, intriguing, maybe. But being the master of one, you'll find that comes with a lot more power and perks. Plus, you've already seen, I can become anything. So if you think you've found a weapon that suits you already, you've only just found the tip of the iceberg. That scythe, for one, is something I have never turned into before. I gotta say, I like it. But I'm sure you'll find others.
Hell yeah, a bigger scythe.
If you need me to be a shield, armor, even gauntlets that can burst through steel, I'm at your beck and call.
Yeah, this is good. Nice.
But
Yeah.
I think I'll stick around in this form a little longer. I enjoy it. Being a blade is fun only when in combat. Being stuck at someone's side is tedious, boring.
By the way, you mentioned that the druid was on sabbatical. I just want to kind
Yeah.
of comprehend and understand
We both can't
our
occupy your mind. It's one or the other, and I think he's a bad influence.
oh, that's problematic.
I'm not going to influence your choices, your decisions, but I could feel his pull over you. So I dulled it. I gave you control over yourself. Something you haven't had in a long time. You're the only ones behind the reins right now, Duradon. And I think you'll enjoy my company more. He's still around. I didn't kill him. I don't think I could if I wanted to. But having Goody Two Shoes McGee in the back of your mind is not something I was down for the ride.
I mean,
And plus,
before,
and he gestures at himself, I'm basically a replacement. A bit better looking, though.
Claire, you're listen. I'm not going to underplay or downplay your utility as a tool, as a blade, and all of these things are amazing. However, I need it to be understood that you may be a good tool, but he's family to me. And even if for now you occupy this space and you occupy the aspect of this brain, or my head, and you've given me control, there's some point where he's going to have to return. And if we can't make that work, then that's kind of a non-negotiable for me. He's the last bit of family that I have.
The man you struck down you still care for. Very well. As I said, I can do many things. If you like this to be one of them, I'll let him in every now and then.
Uh,
You just say the word. Friend.
Duradon will smile. So long as you both can get along.
I'll find a way.
Yeah.
Besides, even though he may be a party pooper, he's not as bad as the last one that wielded me. So I think we'll make do. Just a little bit of chit chat.
Any last one that will do you. Is there jealous ex I need to be worried about?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that. She tried to bury me at the bottom of the ocean so I couldn't be found again. So we're not exactly on speaking terms, but oh, she loved being a goody two-shoes, despite having such a dark nature. See, you hunt and you don't feel bad for the creatures you kill, but oh, she had a heart. Big one, but we didn't exactly get along fully. So I had to part ways. Don't worry
Harold,
about it. I don't think you'll have any problems with her, and if you do, well, with me, you might just be able to kill her. At least threaten her enough to back down. Hell, with me, you could become a sponsor yourself.
yeah, I possible. But let's just take this kill by kill. Um,
One step at a time. Aye, aye, Captain.
we're shortly planning to take down a
Colossal sky
sky.
swimmer.
Yeah,
I'm so very intrigued.
me too.
I think you'll have fun. I think I'll have more. But I do have one question for you, Durdon.
Go for it.
What do you want me to call you? Every wielder has a name. I can call you
Uh,
simply by yours, or if you have a title, phrase.
hmm. Ooh. Fuck, you're kind of in my head already.
Trust me, I don't see everything. I don't like to pry.
Uh, maybe Bashala.
Bashala?
Yeah.
Is
It's
that the name that you'd like to be called?
yes, it's my old clan's name.
Bashala, huh?
Hmm?
I like it. Spell it for me in your private channel, will you?
I will.
The sword breaks the fourth wall, ripping it open. Um, thank you. I thought so, but having that there so I can look back at it would be convenient. Bashala it is. And you? Do you find a name better suiting for me? Something that you like to call upon me when I become your blade?
Uh, uh, give me a moment. Give Jared a moment.
You don't have to think of it right now, but
Right now.
normally my summoners have a phrase, a call, or just say my name, or give me a new one.
uh,
What
switch.
would Bashala like me to be called?
Oh God, that's such a long fucking name. Holy God. Uh,
Keep it
fucking.
short. You have to say this every single time you make me a blade.
I know, and it is. Listen. Oh, that's a word. That's a language. Um,
Google Translate, signing your fancy.
yes, sir. Google Translate, baby. Uh, oh, fuck. That's so many vowels.
Oh, that's great.
That's several words for one word. That is fucking. By the way,
That would be
I
such a
want you
fun
to.
phrase. Happy birthday, Jared.
Uh, Bila Huruma, if possible. It's two words.
Bila
Uh,
Harum?
Bila Haruma, which Google says is Swahili, because Doradon is based off of
Mm-hmm.
African, for merciless.
Oh, I love it. Post that in the secret channel too.
Yes.
Merciless, huh?
Ye-
I love that name. We're gonna do great things together.
Yeah, it's
Bila Haruma. Huh. Now, I'll ask you this. Do you want me to keep this form? Or do you want this to be our little secret? I can
Um,
fully act as a companion, a guide, even another fighter. But I always will act as your blade first, so I'll leave it up to you.
I mean, can you take any form?
Limited to. I can change my appearance, but I can't exactly become an inanimate object besides weapons or
Right, right.
armor.
It was more so the appearance part. Um,
Yeah.
hmm, I mean, I get, so it's going to sound strange, right? I don't super vibe with you being my mentor's image, but also I think that you have to find what like really resonates with you. Like if power kind of is your thing, and you know the blood and kind of the hunt and the kill and kind of the energy and all of those things are kind of you. Um,
Mm-hmm.
what humanoid shaped uh individual do you think would encompass that? Like, what feels the most natural form to you?
Natural is not a word that would describe a humanoid form.
That's fair.
But if you'd like me to change my appearance, I can.
Yeah.
I can find something more suitable. Power, you
Change
say?
to yeah, a humanoid form that you think resonates power. That's not
Hmm.
me. Please do not fucking turn into me.
Oh, trust
Not
me, the
trying
thought
to.
crossed my mind, but I'm not that much of a flatterer. Flatterer?
Okay.
Ooh, words slip me. Power. You're gonna have to give Dom a moment. Pinterest is. Ooh, it's on one.
Okay.
It's gonna take me a second, but I'll find something. Terry Crews is honestly such a great reaction. Oh, D&D Terry Crews, where are you when I need
Yes.
you?
Brother Terry
Oh,
Crews.
that's funny.
Legend. Wait for it.
There.
Oh my God, Megan,
What?
are you telling me that you know the sauce, or do you know where this quote comes from?
Do
Um,
people not?
there are people that don't. There are people that
Oh,
like that was not a part of their like crucial television watching growing up. Um,
could not be me.
not, yeah,
Would not
it's
be.
come on, that man is he's quite literally legendary. It's crazy.
He is the $1 million man.
Hmm.
Where did I put you?
My man had the name of a fucking childhood purple dinosaur and pulled like like
And
nobody's business.
pulled.
He
Uh,
pulled.
he did pull. Consistently.
Yeah, because no one. I want you in your mind of minds, like open up your third eye and think with all that you have. What person in their right fucking mind is moaning the name Barney and thinks it's sexy? That's that's crazy. It's crazy. It's
Hey,
not happening.
he unbelievable game. We all aspire to be like him.
Barney.
Oh my
Sorry.
god.
Megan, I
I'm
would
so
need you to
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
dial
sorry. It
that.
got. It's
Nah,
we're
No,
no.
honestly,
close.
like, so valid.
I'm so
It,
sorry.
in the moment, completely fine. I'm not judging you, but with the way this session has been going, mm-mm.
I want you to
Alright.
know if I could turn red, bro, that shit was it was because the timing was so perfect.
Yup.
I
Mm-hmm.
was like, oh,
Oh
You
it was
watch
so
as going back
unexpected
into
and
the
kind of
game.
perfect.
You watch as his form shifts and changes, growing. Because Andreas wasn't really that tall. Stop. God damn it. Growing, yes, that type. No. You watch as his form grows and changes to be slightly larger, broader shoulders, shorter cut hair, muscular large chest, roughly about 6'4", 6'5", black and white hair, red eye, scar over the other. And you see this form before you. Darkened skin, kind of. You can see scarring and almost chips of what you imagine to be the stone that makes up his body. This form
Dang.
is the form of my first wielder. He was the strongest man that I knew. We shook mountains, tore through the heavens. We cut down just about anything and anyone that stood in our way.
Pity.
So he is my strain, for at least what I envision it to be. Maybe something you're gonna have to work up to.
Maybe. Also, it is ironic that your first wielder is an attractive dude. Pretty dope. Out of character. That is dark. Isn't that Dark Cocoa? From or the human version of like
Uh-huh.
Dark Cocoa
Uh-huh.
from the Cookie
Yep.
Rush game? Yeah.
Yes, it is. I
From
love
the
his
Cookie
art
Rush-
so much, and I used it before in other games.
He
Just because
pity.
whoever made it was like, I'm gonna make this cookie hot. And goddamn, they were right.
Mhm, 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 mhm.
I'm posting an
It's
updated colored version as well. There you go.
the as soon
Did
as
you
I
say,
saw it, I was
oh
like,
hell no, they took my boy's medal?
We stole it off him.
Well, I put it back. You're welcome.
Yeah, maybe a
Uh,
little bit.
There's
Yeah,
other
that-
images that I have that are better, but I can't find them right now because it's
No, I'm
fucking
just
a
giving you a
rabbit
hard time.
hole. Fuck you.
yeah,
But
Dark Cocoa.
Maisie
Yeah,
goes, this is something that I haven't taken on in ages. What are you going to say that my name is to your friends?
I don't know. Clearance sounds like such a. I'm not gonna lie. Clearance sounds like you get your money stolen, like all
How
the time.
about just part of my name?
Haruma.
Yeah, Haruma. Bila not really as suiting, but Hura? Haruma? We can play around with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hera.
'Cause-
Ooh, that's not bad. I already know there's a juror on this island, so I'm not gonna step into that territory.
yeah.
Oh, Hararuma. Yeah, I can work with that.
I'm sorry. What is it? What did you decide on? Was the last one Haruma or the
Hararuma's fine.
Haruma? Okay. Haruma. Got you. I will forewarn. I don't know. I have only traveled with this group for a short period of time, I don't know where they range on things, and I assume they're all friends. I don't know who will try to hit on you or not hit on you or physically hit on you or hit you. Um, I don't know their degree of like um seriousness to like horniness. There's a child in the group too. So don't
I'll behave.
go near him. Okay, cool, 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 cool,
You
cool.
don't have to worry about me.
Yeah.
However, if in fact they were, would you be against me having some fun?
Hey, as a man, game recognized game, and I can't stop you from spitting. You're gay. That's that's a part of like
I
the Brother
jest.
Chronicles. You know.
Unless they're willing to deal with rock and stone, I don't think I'm gonna find many suitable partners.
I mean, you'll be surprised. That, listen, all I'm saying is
Oh
find you a nice
no.
genasi and or of some variety.
You know,
Some people like stone.
Genasi's ain't a bad idea. I
Yeah.
had an old flame once. Wonder if they're still around.
Are we? Are you? Is this gonna be like a side quest to find your old loves?
No, on due time, I realize you have a clock that needs to have it. You need to have your dues met before it's over. I'm not going to rush, but if we have some free time, I might linger. Check out the island, see if I can find anyone I recognize.
Hmm.
Oh, if someone recognizes me, that would be problematic. But I
Oh,
think I'll be fine.
hell yeah. Well, Lerma, I think it's better to introduce you sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that my introduction to this party was
Brief.
a whole thing. Yeah.
Yes. What do you want me to say I am? A friend, a brother, family member from afar?
I mean, you can be honest with them, whether they like it or not. Like you're kind of here, so
Oh, you're bold, aren't you? Not many people like to admit they're making deals with swords who can talk. Never mind take human form.
I just when I think about like lying, I just kind of remember um who who gonna push me? Like who's going to press me on the matter? I don't
Mhm.
I don't necessarily, not to say that they're going to, they can have their
No, I
opinion, but
agree.
yeah.
That's the attitude you should have. Now that we are one, there's not many people who can push you. And I'd like to see them try.
Yeah. Okay.
So, shall we go introduce ourselves to the others then?
Sure. Yes. First thing first. So here's the thing, like, bro to sword to bro.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you've been in my memories, and you know that
I've
like there was
browsed.
you brought so there was like a thing with like Xylus, but I'm not really sure about like
Zyrus?
Xyrus, not Xylus. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I fucking
Yes,
did it.
your
Xyrus.
one night stand you had together.
Right. Yes. So right.
You
And
plan on
that's
continuing that?
I don't know. See, but here's the thing. I don't know. I'm not like a. I don't understand like signs very well. Like so here's the thing, right?
You want advice?
She kind of like cleaned on, but it was also like a near death experience thing. But she's also been like really nice, like deceptively nice. And I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing. You just kind of like as like this line of work and like me as a person, I just assume like, hey, this doesn't mean anything. If you read too much into it, it's kind of like weird. Keep
You're
it.
nervous, aren't you? First
I don't know.
time.
Not me. A lot of people hear the like they have the blood and the gore and the hunting, and they're like, ah, this I want to be conquered by that, but not like form any bond past that. So it's like an easy
Mm-hmm.
thing to like form the physical things, but for some reason
You
she
don't know how to
continues to talk
progress.
to me. Yeah, yeah. She I don't. She continues to talk to me, and I don't get it. Like I don't. It doesn't.
Duradon,
I don't get it.
do you know what you need to do?
No.
My friend. I've had all sorts of people wield me in my past. I've seen plenty of what you call love, desire, and experience. That woman is complex. You're more alike than you think, in both physical and the way you think. I don't think you need to worry about a thing, my friend. As long as you stay around, I think she's gonna do all the work for you. And if she needs a little push, give her one.
Like physically, like because I push really hard.
I think she can take it, but not that kind of push.
Okay, okay. I still don't know what you mean, but now that we've ruled out that it's not a physical thing, this is an emotional complexity thing, and I'm
Let
bad
me
at
be
those.
clear.
Mm,
She's a woman who loves power.
okay.
That's everything to her. When you shared that night, you saw a glimpse of what she wants. You're strong, you have plenty of strength behind you, but you command attention. You can make people follow you. You can make people be afraid of you. She likes that. Make her like it more.
That doesn't sound like a healthy foundation, but also I don't know what it is. So cool.
Oh, between a drow and the Calistar, honey. You're gonna be needing to worry about a lot more healthy relationships down the road. Surviving is gonna be your key.
Hmm.
If you like those women, you're gonna need to live for the trial phase, excuse me, of whatever she's trying to lay down. A drow wielded me once. He had a
She.
number of trials that didn't work out.
Oh, okay, okay. I wasn't sure if she wielded you or she willed.
Oh gods, no. Trust me. If I knew her closer than that, I don't think she would let me go. I've everything
Okay,
that she would be
okay.
desiring. Power, looks,
I can't.
So you get down like that. Respect. Okay.
But
Brother's
trust
game
me,
is impeccable.
I think if you're going to go the honest route,
Mhm.
you make it clear that I am yours because she might want to steal me away. That was a dangerous thing.
True.
But if you make
Cool.
it clear that we are both yours, well, that's a problem solved, isn't it?
Is that a thing that like? But like, I thought so. All right. So some people are into the kind of like ownership thing, and then other people aren't.
Not that kind,
What is
Zeradon.
okay? All right.
Humans love titles.
Mhm.
Slap one on her. She'll like it.
And just as another layer of confirmation, this does not mean physically slapping
Well, I think
something
she'd
on her.
enjoy both.
I mean, she
Absolutely.
did, but that's
Megan putting her hand up. Absolutely. Oh God.
that's fair.
Sooner
That's
than
so fair.
later, I would suggest you do.
Okay,
You don't
all right.
want her to slip away.
Come
Of
on,
course not.
lovely boy.
She's very nice to be around, and she honestly asked me about things that I like was important to me, and that was nice. That was a very nice thing to kind of like
Mm-hmm.
not talk about work and to talk about like my aspirations and things that I like. That was nice.
Use that. Find something that she likes. And maybe give some back. But enough
You are
chit chat for now.
yes, yes,
I
yes, yes,
could
yes.
be an amazing coach, giver of advice, muse, if you will, but I feel there's greater things of importance to do.
Appreciate it. You're real. You this is awesome.
I'm
I
here to
usually
help you, Duradon,
yeah,
in
hell yeah.
every way I can. Although I will draw a line, there are some things I will not provide.
Okay, like
If you need something for foreplay, find
oh,
other
okay,
whips.
okay. Oh wait, hold on, but that's gas actually. The fact that you the fact hold on, but I
I've
didn't
been
think
made
I didn't
into all sorts of things, and I don't need those memories coming back.
you've been used for that before. I mean that's crazy, but
Manacles, chains, things you wouldn't believe. Adventurers love to use swords like me in all sorts of different ways that I'm not always keen to enjoy myself. But I don't think we're gonna have that problem. Are we?
no, I don't like
Good.
hurting like my partners in that way, and it kind of like I have to do a lot of studying for that, and that's a lot to
But
just
I
like
will
spring on a
remind
person.
you, any shape you need, I will conform. Whether that's a suit of armor to hide behind, a shield to tank a blow, or a bigger scythe.
Hmm,
Although I do have limits. You can push and find them, but maybe not trying it out for the first time.
gosh.
Shall we
All
meet your
right.
friends?
Yeah, you're going to love like two of them, and the others you're going to.
I think I'm gonna get along with the ones that. Hmm. How do I put this nicely? Your friends are interesting characters. Some of them are batshit crazy.
Rude.
I think I'm gonna get along perfect with those.
Some of them are bats.
Ha ha ha!
More rude.
I like that. We're gonna be good friends.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty dope.
Let's go. He opens the door and begins to walk out and then realizes that he doesn't know where he is and asks for you to lead him back down to the VIP lounge area where breakfast is being served.
Shit. I forgot this was a person and not a sword.
Yeah. Yeah.
The sword only has certain parts of memories that's pried into. It is not smart outside of that. And you bring it down for breakfast. And you can see a few things. Go ahead and make me a survival check or a perception check as you leave your room. I'll leave either to you.
Survival
I'll say
or
survival's
perception?
going to be a little bit lower of a DC, but it's your choice. Because I think they're similar in your roles.
They're like 3 points off. Survival or perception? Survival or perception? Expertise or normal proficiency? We're gonna go with our eyes.
Go for it.
Huzzah! Natural 20.
Natural 20. I love
Eh.
you so much right now.
Geek.
As you walk out, you stop and take a moment to look around at the endless hallway of expanse that you are in right now. It's not again, it's not a hallway. It's literally like you walk out and there's just a semicircle of doors that just continue going upwards for seemingly forever. And you know because you are her keeper. Kipley's door is across from yours.
Mm-hmm.
And you just take a few moments before you go downstairs and you look around and you can see the sooty footfalls leading into Mustangs. And you can see similar ones leading into Reese's room. And you see there's a little like trail of something melted outside of Mammoth's. And you look at Kipley's and it's untouched. Like no one ever entered it to begin with.
Hmm.
That's just a little thought that you keep in mind.
Sure.
But eventually you make your way down. And breakfast is already prepared. There's fresh, steaming food already waiting as you make your way downstairs. And everyone else also joins. We're going to go ahead and say, actually, as you make your way down, because your conversation dragged on for a little bit longer, that everyone else is already downstairs and mid breakfast. And I'll ask, actually, you know what? That's fine. As you make your way down, Mustang, Mammoth, Kipley, Reese, all of you notice that Duradon joins the table with an additional person that you didn't see before. And kind of smiles and gives a gentle wave as they sit next to Duradon.
Gentle wave.
Yeah, gentle wave. Kind of like the Queen's wave, but a little, just a
Ooh.
little wave.
Hello? Hi!
Hello. Pleasure to meet you all, the six. We are gonna be new friends.
Who are you?
You can call me. And he pauses and looks back at you, Duradon, for like confirmation.
Doradon will nod, kind of bacon, meet you on like bacon or some type of protein.
You can call me Haruma. It's a pleasure.
Hello, Haruma. How do you spell that?
I put it in general chat for you.
Okay.
It's on my name tag. Can you read?
No need to be rude. Haruma.
That is now canon that he changes his appearance to have a name tag on it. He just puts a little vest on.
Hi.
I will be Duradon's new traveling companion,
Why?
aiding him in all of his endeavors in protecting all of you, of course. I've
You speak
actually met
Undercommon?
most of you. Do I speak what?
Undercommon.
Yes, I do.
Okay, that makes sense.
I can technically speak any spoken language that I hear, but understand is iffy.
Hmm.
Although I do remember one of my previous wielders did in fact speak Undercommon, so I might be a little out of touch, but I understand most of it, yes.
Mammoth will kind of like, I don't know, have a confused face and look at Duradon and go, "Who's this guy?"
Oh,
Uh,
by all means, you can give the introduction.
oh yes. So this is Haruma. Haruma typically is a weapon, but is now a person because boss ass shit was done. Um,
Indeed.
Kipley, this was actually the blade that you tried to
And
kind of
you are
like yank
hanging
out.
on to.
Yeah. So
I
that's
must say,
that's
it
him.
was a pleasure to be acquainted so early. I would have been stuck in that thing's chest if you didn't tell this guy over here to pull me out. I do appreciate it greatly.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. You're
I'm the Black Blade.
the this that was in you know.
The Varnak? Yes.
Wow, what happened to you?
Oh, this is my natural state. I couldn't take on this form because I wasn't fed in a long time, but Duradon saw to that.
Oh, yeah. So what were you doing in the Varnak?
Oh, my previous user wanted me to seal its powers so it couldn't cast spells.
Who was your previous
And to
user?
keep it from regenerating. They are pesky little buggers to kill when they can heal back all the damage done.
Who was your previous user?
Looks at Duradon and gives a smile. I'm not one to give names so soon. In the same way, I wouldn't tell anyone else who Duradon is in our arrangement. I keep them private.
Well,
But for the sake of sakes, I don't think you would like them very much.
Kipley kind of, one of her brows kind of creases a bit, and her eyes kind of slide towards Doradon. She kind of leans her head forward a bit and whispers, "You might want to educate them on innuendos, because I don't think they understand."
Oh, I fully do.
Okay, well,
And I share in Duradon's keen hearing.
she addresses them then. It sounds as if,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? Doesn't matter. Don't care.
Very well.
What's your reasoning for being here then?
My reasoning for being here is the same as Duradon's.
Which is.
Whatever he wants to do, I'm ride or die.
Oh, what do you want to do, Daradon? Her eyes
Oh,
like
I'm
zero
sorry.
in on him.
It's like he's being quite literal.
I am a
We're like
blade.
attuned. Yeah, he's still like a weapon. Um, and so he literally has to be in the same vicinity as me. Um,
Oh, I can wander a little bit, but just not too far.
yeah. Um, but what I want to do is make sure you get to your destination safely,
Why?
because it is what I'm contracted to do, and also,
In his best interest.
yeah,
And it's his best interest that you get there. So, we will do everything in our power to provide safe passage and happy sailing.
Happy sailing indeed. What is your best interest?
Keeping the one that takes care of me happy.
Oh, I'm sorry, not you.
Oh, my apologies.
Her eyes slip towards Daradon.
oh fuck me. Uh, making sure you get. I don't know what the. Are you asking me like? Is this like a past helping you thing, or is this like a in the moment right now? What is my best interest?
Yeah.
I gave you two options and you said yes. That doesn't. I feel like that's not how
I like
answering
this one.
questions.
She's funny.
Yep, she's Ghibli. This is she's a Ghibli. Yep.
Won't you help me?
Why do I help you?
No, I already know why. But let's say we finish it. What do you do after?
Oh, he has big aspirations.
Well, you know. The first two words I get, but the last one's the one I'm curious about.
He has big. No, he has.
Count might be a little off, but I think her point is made.
We'll sit there for fun.
You want to argue semantics? We'll be here all morning.
Yeah. No, because he legit was like.
No,
First
I'm
job
thinking
he
the
had.
same thing as you.
All I heard
We are
was
both
big
there.
ass aspiration.
Big oh, big ass. Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, you must work all parts of the body, and
The gluteus
maybe
maximus is just as important.
as the rest.
All of its
Did you
muscle.
just say Bluteus Maximus?
Gluteus maximus.
Gluteus maximus.
Okay.
Okay.
Lots of cheeks.
Baby.
Yeah, it's that one.
I
Oh.
need Mammoth to speak up at some point.
Yeah. Pray tell why.
To answer your question, I mean before not a lot, but primarily hunting. Is kind of my big thing, and
It's your big thing. What's your small thing?
That's fun.
Doesn't have one.
Ooh. Alright, you may not be wrong.
This is true. My small thing is a dagger. I have daggers.
Hey. Quick thinking.
Yeah. What do you mean? What's my small thing?
Well,
Big goal. I think she wants a smaller side goal, maybe.
I mean, that everyone has their big goals in life, but everyone also knows it's the small things that matter, the small little differences. It's the small things that cause the most irritations in life. What are the small things for you? The little things that you want to change.
Hmm. Um,
Do tell.
I mean, I guess theoretically between the hunts at some point, um, I think like
Settling
a
down.
family. Yeah, like a family of some sort. I don't think I haven't had one of those proper that aren't either the source of my power or a perpetual voice in my head. Um, so I guess a family of some type and dynamic.
You see
Um,
Zyrus kind of raise an eyebrow from the other side of the table.
yeah. I don't know how I'd be like as a dad. I feel like I'm not suitable father material, but
Oh,
I
but as a
also
partner, I feel like you would be more than adequate.
yeah.
I mean, strong, caring, protective. Don't you think that's important, Zyrus?
Oh, oh, oh. Can I? Ah, fuck. Can I make a
Insight! Insight!
insight? Yeah. Can we fucking
Everyone who would like
insight?
to can make an insight check. I'm gonna go ahead and roll a deception.
Okay.
I love how excited you immediately got. Um.
Damn it!
Oh
I'm
God,
I'm
she
gonna
has
use an
no
inspiration.
modifier
Guys,
to
I'm
this.
using my inspo. It's
Cyrus is
Yeah.
using inspiration as well. Everyone go ahead and reroll.
God damn it. I'm gonna use my first
what
roll.
you roll?
15.
I rolled a 23.
18.
What everyone? Okay,
Mustang's
so
like quietly been giving this guy the stink eye the whole time.
every single
Mammoth with a
person
natural
passed.
20.
Oh
Every
my
single person
god.
passed. I'm gonna make one for Vince just just cause. Just because it's funny if everyone in the room knows. No! Vince is the only one who doesn't know. Um, you all look over and you see this kind of purple skinned drow immediately have blush cross her face. And you, with varying different insights, but mainly Mammoth picking up on the fact of like, you are a child who, like, every kid has that like natural like, oh, like understanding of like, oh yes, you like each other. Like it seems obvious. You're not playing around shit. You're just like, oh yeah, no, this seems duh. You see Zyrus go girly mode in her head and then try and mask it over with like a fake face, kind of like stalwart and just stoic nature. And the rest of you can get a similar sense. She goes, I think it's very important for a partner to be strong and caring, yes. What'd you say your name was again? And you see, he goes, Her, Ruma, Herma. A pleasure, Captain Amaril. And she raises an eyebrow and looks at Durdon. And this is... Woo. And this is your sword?
Yeah.
Does it have an off button?
I actually don't know. I
You
mean,
can certainly try and find it, but I'm not telling.
yeah, I'm not gonna grope my sword especially in public. So that's
Kippley kind of
Huh.
giggles loudly and then kind of leans forward and just says to Doradon, "So, if you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you need to do is to stop digging."
Wait, you guys are
but I thought
boinking.
Herma laughs so hard. Person to laughter, Vince person to laughter. Fucking Cyrus even lets chuckle out.
we can't skip past Mammoth's outburst.
What did Mama say? I missed it.
I said, wait, you guys are boinking.
She goes full flush, and she just turns away from everyone. I think I'm gonna go first roll. And she just gets up, grabs her plate, and she goes, "Vince, I can take this, right? Good, I'm leaving." And strolls out. As she walks away, you hear he goes, "If you're going anywhere, tell me. I'll be downstairs." She goes and finds a table and begins eating by herself. That's funny.
Good man, Mammoth. Good man.
Herma goes, "Oh yes, they did in fact boink, my young sir. Good eye."
Yeah, I knew something was up.
Very insightful, very keen.
Jordan's gonna lean over to Kipley. Kipley, there aren't any holes. Like I haven't. What is? But if
Metaphorical,
there
my
was a
good
hole.
sir.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Think about the words you just said and who you said them to and what you were trying to do with those.
Oh, okay, Doradon. And Haruma.
Yes.
Have either of you ever heard the story of the mountain lion?
Which one?
So, after eating almost an entire bowl, a mountain lion felt so good he started just roaring. And he kept it up until this hunter came along and shot him. And the moral of that story is when you're so full of bull, you just keep your mouth shut.
That's a fun one. I like it. Enjoy the good while it's good, but don't get too caught up in it.
It's alright.
It's a decent phrase, decent saying.
I don't know how that applies to this moment.
When you're enjoying Zyra's. And he just kind of winks.
Kipli's eyes are just kind of zoned in on Haruma. And she just kind of smiles and tilts her head at them. I remember you.
Hmm?
Yeah.
I thought
I
do
remember
you
you when
mean?
you were lodged into a big
Yes.
monster.
Right in the chest. And you were
Yeah.
holding on to me for dear life.
Well,
It
not
was a
for
fun
my
exchange.
life.
Well, at some moments. That would have been great. What about it?
Oh, nothing.
Just that you remember.
Glad you're here.
Glad to be here. Glad to see such a welcome set. Normally I'd have to lie, have some sort of false guise thrown up, or just straight up hide in my true nature as a blade.
Oh,
But all of you seem to be very welcoming.
why would you have to feel like you have to hide?
Oh, when a sword starts to talk, honey, it normally doesn't end well.
I mean,
I have a plant that talks.
Do you?
I do.
Adorable.
Hmm?
I don't think plants drink blood, so there's a difference.
Why do you drink blood?
From fallen enemies. That's how I sustain myself. Same way you all eat animals.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you ever tried chicken tenders, because those are pretty good.
I don't think I have. I don't sustain with common cattle,
Mm,
farm animals.
you lost.
Perhaps you'll have to show me eventually. But I'm glad this has a welcoming reception. I'm almost. It doesn't feel real. Most of the time, I would be either told I was some sort of sorcerer or would have to kill everyone.
No, you're most
Uh,
welcome. You're most welcome.
Good. Oh, don't like the way you said that one.
Yeah. Hey, Kipley, are you feeling alright?
No, I'm great. Yeah, no, if anything, I think this is really good.
Yeah, really good.
I'm so
She's
glad.
just sitting as Ghibli just kind of narrows his eyes at her.
Like you're no, no, not trying to be mean or cruel here, but it seems kind of like I don't know over the past couple of interactions, you seem to be coming into kind of the swing of you're less nervous, you're less anxiety ridden, and it almost feels like you're confident, which is good if it's natural place. It just it's strange. I'm concerned that I don't know. It's just it's
Change can
not.
be a good thing, the Verdun.
Yeah.
And I think this one over here is going through a lot of it. For the better.
Oh,
That's
she
it's
kind of
sudden though, right?
reaches forward with one hand and just kind of kind of doesn't touch Harumi, Harumi. How do you say
Haruma.
it? Haruma, and just
Hmm.
kind
Just
of
think
like
of Roomba.
Harumba, kind of like holds it in front of them, almost like kind of just sensing the aura of them,
Mm-hmm.
and she just kind of looks at them.
Oh, do you have the goggles on right now?
Uh-huh.
That's fun.
Okay.
Can you go ahead and make me a straight charisma check? Just your charisma modifier? Dirty 20. Heh, that's funny. The so you've looked at a lot of different items and weapons and things like that, and you also looked at different people. And you can tell for the most part of who is awakened and who isn't. And when you're looking at this being, this person in the moment, you can also see the animus of a person, which can be boiled down to kind of the essence and soul of people. And you can't always see it. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes, distance or you're just not paying attention. But you look at this person and you don't see a drop of animus in their body. You see no magic whatsoever. You just see this kind of void instead. Which is funny because you see their normal humanoid outline, and then you see the normal humanoid form, excuse me, and you see the void-like outline kind of covering them. And as you look at them, you see their eye kind of catches yours,
and holds it for a moment before cracking a smile. And just shakes into Durdon's food. Can you go ahead and roll me a stealth check, Mammoth? I'm gonna say with advantage because of the chaos that's happening at the table. 21 is
Wow.
good.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Mammoth.
Go ahead and give me a perception check, Durdon.
Oh, that's not
Okay.
fair.
It's
Yeah.
sight based.
Get it.
You have a chance. Roll low. Roll so low.
Roll
Praying on
high.
your downfall. Praying on your
You got
downfall.
inspiration.
Praying on your downfall.
Okay. All right. Perception.
I love you, Jared, but fail.
What
Please.
am I?
Yeah,
Fail
each
Yeah,
for
should
the
die.
plot. Fail for
Fail.
the plot.
Fail.
Fail for the plot.
Fail.
Yes.
19.
You don't notice anything.
Nice.
A few minutes go by,
Mm-hmm.
and Durdon, when you next go down for a forkful, let's say eggs and bacon. When you go down for a forkful of eggs and you put them in your mouth, you are met with pure salt. There's no egg. It's just peppered and peppered, wrong word, covered in salt from every inch. And as you go to chew, you were just caught with immediate dry mouth, just the worst, just taste and feeling. It's like you just drank salt water.
Yummy.
Imagine the crunch of all the salt grains.
Yeah, and it kind of
God.
gets. It has the thing where it gets stuck in between your teeth, and you can just feel it running along the lining of your mouth.
Mm-mm.
Canker sore
Mm-mm.
instantly.
Insta-Kangasaur. That's a spell.
Yeah.
I cast Kangasaur.
He kind of like tries to like respectfully spit it out into like a napkin or something, and then
There's no way of doing it.
There's no graceful way to do
There's
that.
no
ever.
graceful way to do that. It's really like the bleh, where you fully stick your tongue out. You kind of have to scrape it a little bit off your tongue, but as you do, Mammoth, you feel and hear a chuckle in the air around you, and you feel almost like someone just tapped your shoulder, and you just feel inspired. You feel happy. Guys can go ahead and on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can go ahead and add a d6 to it.
Go. Can I offer
Welcome
dirt
to
on
the
some water?
Hmm?
Can I offer dirt
Please
on
tell
some
me
water?
there's salt in it.
Yes,
God.
you absolutely can.
Salt the wound and then add water to it.
Is there salt in the water too?
There's salt in the water.
Do you accept it, Duradon? Jared questioning life.
Is Jared muted?
Jared,
Motherfucker. Yeah,
There you
yeah.
Oh,
you accept it,
We
you
can't
drink,
play you.
and you spit a little bit out, kind of in the spurts moment where it just kind of flies in the air a little bit. Pure salt water.
Dordon's just gonna look down to Mammoth. Mammoth,
Hi.
are you old enough and do you have the facilities to read?
Oh God.
Not really.
Alright, I just want you to understand when we get ice cream, you don't know how to read any of the containers for any of the flavors.
Oh God.
That's all right.
I have telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell them so many fucked flavor combinations. This will be paid back in kind. Also, I still owe you ice cream.
I know. I didn't forget.
Okay, do you want to go get some?
I want to go get some ice cream.
Nice. Hey kid,
Before you
please.
do,
Hmm?
in case you're looking for a topping to put on, and you see Vince kind kind of reaches into his back pocket and puts a jar, not a vial, a jar on the table. And you can see it is filled with a viscous purple liquid. Consider your favor repaid. And happy hunting.
What was that, like grape?
Oh, Mammoth, don't take it.
I wouldn't ingest this. It's not very good for your health.
And why'd you... Okay.
Do I know what this is?
Go ahead and make me a nature check. Or a medicine check.
My boy said happy hunting, and Doradon's immediately on game. He's like, if it's something that kills, yeah, if it's something to kill another creature, he's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Also, my computer did need hella updates. That's why
Oh god.
so shit was so fucked. You said
Bro's
nature or
running on
medicine?
Windows XP. Yeah, nature or medicine.
All right, medicine is slightly better with a 2 instead of a 1. Let's see what we rolling with here.
13?
Also,
No. No, it doesn't immediately ring any bells.
What is this?
Poison. Goose goes poison. No, I'm kidding.
The poison
I'm sorry.
Cusco.
Goes over Bushka. Stevens goes, it's not exactly what you asked for, but it's gonna be just about as good as a replacement that I could get on such short notice. It is extraordinarily potent venom. Do you know that certain sea serpents are venomous,
Of course.
including hydras? Certain variants of them there. I knew a friend who had a friend who used to know a really big time adventurer who sold a lot of very important key items. And this is one of them. This is Hydra Venom. It acts pretty damn close to purple worm poison. It can't be applied to weapons, but if you can chuck this thing inside of its mouth, or somehow get it to digest it, it's gonna hurt real bad. Like not wake up tomorrow bad. So I would suggest you be very careful of who handles this, because if any of you even ingest any at all, you're probably dead. So gloves, bag of holding, anything like that, best bet. I'd probably give it to someone who can either throw objects really far or maybe teleport them or something. Either way, you're welcome.
Much appreciated.
Yeah. Just know there is a chance that it might not be as fully effective as possible, depending on what the fucking constitution of a sky whale is. Again, I don't even know what the fuck that is, but hey. You guys got weird creatures to hunt. Weird creatures are weird things. It might work. It might not. It most likely will.
Most likely is better than our odds 90% of the time. So we appreciate your help, Vince.
Hey, anytime. But I got a bunch of errands to run, as I am a busy man. But it was a pleasure. I hope you guys enjoyed your rooms. For those of you who experimented with the waterbeds or not, you gotta let me know whether those are good or not, so I can buy more of them, or just keep the ones that I have. I don't, again, they're brand new, and I think they're cool. I like it.
Yeah, mine was cool. I sort of sank into it, but that might have been for
Yeah, that's kind of experience, right? You sink in, you move, you shake a little bit, and
no, like really far, but
oh,
I'm sure that's not on the bed.
I might have to check that then. I'll send someone to check that. That's concerning. All right, well. Oh, actually, Kibli, can you help me run a favor downstairs real quick? Uh, you mentioned something yesterday about the guild hall, and I need to ask you about it.
Oh, yeah, of course. She
Then
goes.
he
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
hops on down the stairs. You notice as he makes his way towards the staircase, there's a slight skip in his step. As he kind of makes his way down. It's completely empty downstairs. There's only the actually, yeah, no. Even the bartender isn't even in yet. But as he gets to the bottom flight of stairs, and you're out of sight, he kind of just pulls you in close for a hug, and then leans in and pecks you on the cheek. I just want to say goodbye. I don't know if I'm gonna be back before you leave for your big mission, but be safe, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
What? Sphinx got your tongue?
Yeah, I'm not used to walking away from ones I care about. It's just different.
And you see he kind of hugs you and pulls you closer. Hey, it's not walking away. It's better if you attach kind of like a fun phrase to it, maybe. See you later.
Alligator.
I mean, yeah, that's one of them. I was trying to think of a magical creature, but couldn't really think of any at the top of my head.
I mean, one that kind of clamps down with its jaws onto you and makes sure you can't get away, I guess, is appropriate.
Are you a croc? Are you an alligator then?
I mean,
You gonna chomp down on me?
yeah, make sure you don't go anywhere.
Wow. That is a grapple I will not try and break.
Oh. Kibli. Fuck. She.
It's an action.
Yeah, sorry. Megan's reacting, not Kibli. She. God damn it. Yeah, she just blushes. She just looks wordless.
I'll be back before you know it.
Well, technically, I'm the one leaving.
Well, you know, we both got shit to do. And when you come back, we can have a big celebration. How about that? I'll have the boys throw something special together.
Would you tell me more?
About what?
Everything.
Of course. You ask, I answer.
And just to be clear, you're okay. With just all the future possibilities of what could be.
Absolutely. You said you wanted to help change the world's perspective on monsters, right?
Yeah. But
it could end bad. Could end good. Net neutral. Either way, I'm there. I
already live a complicated life. And I am used to dealing with a lot of various different parts of it at once. But changing that to worrying about one makes things a whole lot clearer. And I'm willing to see where it goes.
Alright.
Alright?
Yeah.
And I'm willing to see how far I can help you go. Because you have a lot to do.
Mhm.
I mean, I got a lot to do, but you got a lot to do.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I got the stone. I got the pearl here. I'll
Mm-hmm.
I'll call you.
You can literally do it anytime, any place.
I will. A
All
lot.
right. I will do my best to respond.
Okay. It's okay if you can't, but
I'm gonna respond. All right, every time. If I don't, I'm dead. Even then, I might still call.
Not. I mean, yeah.
It was a dead joke, 'cause I'm
Oh,
already
okay.
dead. We're both dead. Come on.
All right.
I'm kidding. And hey, look. You see, kind of unbuttons the two first buttons on his shirt and kind of pulls it aside and shows he has a replacement pacemaker.
You already got one.
Yeah, I told you, the common magical items. I can get one over fucking night.
Well, okay.
So, as far as everyone else is concerned, Kipli Gamora and Vince the Prince are both very much alive.
All right.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
good luck. Come back in one piece.
Of course.
And I will see you later, alligator. And he leans in and gives you one more peck, this time on the lips. And then Misty steps out, so you don't have to see him walk away.
Yeah.
And I think we will end there before we go on and do anything too important. So we can be at full capacity next week for the hunt.
Yay! Look at that, you
You
guys.
lose.
Everybody's in love.
Hey, I'm just glad that Jared showed up so we could have that moment. Because I was like, I don't want to rush it too much next week, but hey, we got to do what we got to do.
I've been sitting on the boinking line since like the session that they hooked up. It's like so long.
And you know what? You let it sizzle for just long enough.
Yeah, say boinking is a dish best served cold.
Damn.
Oh God.
Now we,
Oh.
but you just said everyone's. So does that mean Mustang has a person?
Oh,
that-
I
Oh,
was
you
just
missed
joking.
it. No,
For
you
a
missed it.
second, I thought it was gonna be Reese, but Ash said no, thank you, sir.
Huh?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm lost.
When Reese was
Reese and
describing
Mustang had a
the
moment.
interaction with you two, there was a slight moment where I was like, oh, maybe.
You
But then you
know,
hit him with you're like a brother. Not even a
Yeah.
well,
sister,
it's just supposed
just
to
a
be a
brother.
comrade thing. I honestly think that, like, Reese would much rather put, like, two people in a laboratory and, like, start to manipulate variables in their relationship and figure out what happens rather than actually be in a relationship.
That's that.
You're not wrong.
That is so true.
That is a fully accurate statement.
You're spitting facts.
I am indeed spitting facts.
This is gonna be one hell of a session to listen back to. Oh God. Alright, well. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Excellent.
That was so juicy.
Oh yeah, Kiply fucking Gamorta.
Kiply fucking Vince.
Ooh!
Kiply fucking Vince.
I also want you to know, I'm so happy it turned out the way that it did with you taking the Daughter of Death line, because I was sitting on that Prince of Death reveal for a long time. Because I was at some point I was like, they're probably gonna, if they like him, delve a little deeper into like his name or maybe mention it to one of the associates that he knows. They're gonna be like, oh well, Vince the Prince isn't the full name, but you got it early. And now it's the Prince of Death and the Daughter of Death.
It's my heart can't take this.
Oh,
Honestly, like Kiply romance is the last thing I expected from this
I
campaign.
know.
Like
Right?
the only thing I
Same.
expected least is
Unexpected.
Reese romance. That was the second. And Mammoth romance. I
was
don't
gonna
really know if that's
say
on the table.
that it's not.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
ain't
even
doing that,
like
Chief.
in my
I'll be
realm of
so honest with
consideration.
you. Unless you get a Banshee encounter that goes wrong, nope.
Huh?
Banshees can age you
Oh.
Oh.
physically. So you would go from like a child to like 30.
And then suddenly
Even then,
Yeah,
available.
even then,
wouldn't
that's
feel
like a
right.
weird emotional thing.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
Time skip maybe. Who knows?
Unexpected.
Yeah, we skipped 15 years in the future. Fuck, I forget how even old is Mammoth.
How old
Uh,
is Batman?
Yeah, how old
Eight.
are
Like
you?
8, 9?
8 in people years, or
What?
8 in
Eight
human
in
You're
years.
not
people
even-
years?
You
That's
haven't
funny.
even reached puberty. Oh no.
Yep. Well, hey. Shit happens. Kids get caught up in adventures prepubescently.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't die before then. That would
Oh
suck.
god. You need to at some point in the campaign lower your voice and not mention it, like not make a big deal out of it, and keep
Dude.
making it lower and lower and lower as he goes through
That'd be
puberty.
so fucking funny.
That would be the greatest joke of all time. The slow burn throughout
Commitment to the
campaign.
bit, dude.
Fucking
Unprecedented.
6 months later, Ryan's just, hey guys, how it going? I'm Mammoth.
Oh, they were boinking.
They were boinking. Get it? Sex. Oh,
Oh, mammoth.
that would make my day. That would make my year. Oh. Well, next week I'll give the. I think I want to hold off beforehand because I think it's more fun if you get it a little bit before the actual fight on the handout. For the colossal fight. But there'll be a whole literal tutorial on how to do it and how to go through it. I think you guys will enjoy it. I took it from a very, 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 very fun source. So
I'm excited.
yeah.
I want to see what happens when Duradon drinks that damn potion.
Yeah.
That took all our money.
I still
shit.
I
Yeah, I
still
forgot
know
about
what
that.
what are you gonna do with the oil of slipperiness? Like
Mhm.
The
that
oil the oil of slipperiness is to
Don't tell him.
well, I know what it's there's different uses. It's either grease or freedom of movement. But freedom of movement, I assume, is to just avoid like a grapple or restraint. But even then, from this creature, I don't think that's it. I don't know. I wasn't gonna stop you from buying it, but what is freedom of movement, Felice?
it doesn't. I'm unaffected by difficult terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Spells or other magical effects can neither reduce my speed or cause me to be paralyzed or restrained.
Okay.
Just by like
Target also burn
default.
5 feet. I mean, yeah. I
that
mean,
can.
that is kind of important if you get swallowed, I guess.
Oh my god. We're gonna see oiled up Duradon.
Oh,
Fuck. Grease that
God.
bitch.
That's oh my god. Can I share something? I it is going somewhat off of that. I recently got a massage, and they do use like the hot oil over
Oh my
you.
god, we got oiled up Dom
And-
Mallow!
Oh
And, well, that
man.
was one thing.
No.
That was one thing I did think. I did think, haha, oiled up Dom. But then I thought, oh my god, oil of slipperiness, haha. I just started laughing halfway through, and she's like, "What's funny?" And I was like, "I'm stupid. Leave me
You
be."
wouldn't get it.
Yeah, you would need to be a D&D nerd to
Yeah,
get
go
this.
away, Mom. You wouldn't get it.
Oh, I did think about that. All I can think about was Hal making that fucking line. You can use this for combat, or you can use this as lubricant.
Oh
I'll
no.
give you a buck.
Oh, God. All right, well. Also, as a note to Jared, the actually, would you like to know the details of your contract in private, or do you care not if it's public?
Whoa. It's a legit contract. It's not just like,
Yeah.
oh
Crazy?
no.
There can be benefits and there can be downsides.
Does he
Just
get
like real
union
life.
benefits?
This is a union, yeah. Swords unionizing together. We will not kill unless we are kept clean.
No, I meant for Duradon.
Oh.
He can't like unattune for being, I don't know, racist or something. It's got like an arbitration clause and shit.
Thing you could have said. I
forgot that you work in a law firm.
Hey man. There's no clause about racism, but I don't think that's gonna get brought up. The sword works on fantasy rules, and there's all different types of fantasy racism. But anyway, private or public?
You can send it in the private.
All right, I'll let you know.
This session was so tea, you guys.
Dude, I know, it was so good.
And it was so nice to have Caitlin back, even if she wasn't there to lead the
Yes.
session.
That
It
was
was
nice.
so nice.
And even if the caribou was fucking up with her internet.
I miss that girl.
Yeah, it was really good to see a
I know.
interaction between them and
We
Mustang.
should hopefully see her with
Say,
Monday as well.
I got bad news about Monday.
This Monday?
Yeah.
Can you not make it?
Neither of us can make it.
Did you say none of us can make it?
Neither my sister or me.
I like the way you said none of us made me think of like
I said
you discussed with
neither.
everyone.
I said neither.
Okay. I was reading and listening at the same time, so I misheard.
So yeah,
God.
unfortunately, but it would be the best, most epicest birthday present if all 5 of us and you, Dom, were all there on May 13th. That would be my most valued birthday present.
I'll see if they want to do a one shot. I mean, I'll be there.
Well, I mean, it's a Monday.
Yeah, the 13th. I'm still in. Oh God, wait a minute. Oh no.
No.
Pause.
No.
Pause.
This
I
is
have to
Ash
check.
9/11.
I have to check
Oh,
dates.
God,
don't,
dude.
don't call it Ash 9/11. Wait, they hit the twins.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Hit the twins' birthdays. That's actually funny. That's actually really funny.
Oh my god.
I'll remind you guys like closer to the date, but I won't be here on June 21st, the Friday.
Okay.
Mm.
No, I should still be there. I should still be there.
Huh?
So you got shit to do on the 21st, or is that your birthday?
No, my birthday's the 23rd, but I'm going to see. I have tickets to see Noel Miller live. If you guys know who that is, he's the
What's your
skinny
goal?
penis guy from Vine.
He's the skinny.
He's the
penis
skinny
guy
penis
from
guy,
Vine
yeah.
is the best intro you could ever give.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Well, I hope you have fun. Absolutely. That'd be so great if you just have your phone open
boy.
and you're listening to the call while also being there.
Dude, don't tempt me. I actually didn't think of that.
We just
I think
hear in
I
the
think the show's
background.
only like an hour, and it starts at 6 my time. So
Hey man,
realistically, I could catch like
on the ride
catch the
home,
tail
you just
end.
pop
Yeah.
in, pop in on the ride, do what everyone else does. Join the commute podcast.
It is just like listening to a pod. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
Best damn podcast I've ever seen.
True.
Oh, that harlot exposing his chest. Oh, I was like, what is he? What did you reference with that? Yeah.
Events. Yeah.
I need to go back and read this chat because I was not paying attention. Cyrus and Durdon phase gonna be crazy. Yes, absolutely.
They're
I
gonna be
did
like
love-
killing each other and shit, and then like
Mr. and Mrs. Smith and
Yeah,
D&D
literally,
fans.
it is. I love that you asked your sword for romance advice, for dating advice.
there was no
have
other
a
way.
charisma- Yeah. And
That was-
charisma, baby.
That was so funny.
This was the logical conclusion of Durdon's romance arc, is getting advice from weapons.
what other
There's
like
no other way.
what other guy would he ask advice from? I mean, I guess Vince, but like obviously not Mammoth, and like
Well, no, it's not the fact that he asked him advice. It's the fact that upon learning that it was his sword, it then spiraled into him asking his sword for advice.
Ah,
That
you've
to
watched me
was
fuck.
just funny. Well, it is that kind of thing of like, you've been around
no way he
people
got
that
fucking
I
cuffed
have
by
fucked. Like you know who I fucked. You've seen them. You've fought beside them. Thoughts? It's just funny, especially when you didn't really know. You didn't really get a whole lot of his initial personality yet. It was, we must forge our contract. What do you think I should do about this girl I'm boinking with?
Mm-hmm.
From alert.
Is that Mike Tyson yelling Jared?
I think it is,
Or
yeah.
am I tripping?
Is what it is.
I am favoriting that and using it every single time someone's called Jared. Every single time someone says Jared in our campaigns, I'm gonna fucking post that gif. That's amazing. There's the Megan shitpost.
What?
There we
I
All the
want you
gifs.
to know that Megan, you are by far the most comedically unhinged person.
Love you to death. Never change.
Yeah, no, this is amazing.
Like, you fully listened to me talking with Jared in that voice about fucking a drow and I didn't break character. And then you say like one joke and I'm on the table dying of laughter and having to mute myself. Or in full blush. Either way,
Aw.
both is true.
This
Yeah.
makes Megan's heart happy.
And Kipley's heart
I'm
happy.
Just be good to know that's what does
Yeah, I
it.
know.
It doesn't take much.
Also,
That was
also
funny.
just the fact that that recording will forever exist.
I know. Yep.
It's
Mm-hmm. Megan just burning the tapes, burning the YouTube channel. No
the
one can
Mega
know.
Moan is forever like just a part of
Oh, God. Barney.
Yeah.
Barney,
Barney
I forgot
moment,
about
yeah.
that. God damn.
Oh yeah, when we had the interim, the interim's gonna be there. We're talking about fucking Barney. Oh god, that's funny. I do agree though. Barney is not an easy name to moan. I
That
didn't
is
even
something
think
I
of-
consider when
I-
going through dating apps. Like if a guy has like a whack ass name, I'm just like, I can't do it.
I've
God.
never taken that into account before, and that was the moment that made me realize some names are easier to moan than others. And
I
Barty is
can't
not
match
one
with a
of the
guy
easy
named
ones.
Gary.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Gary's
do the
not.
same thing, except with
Oh.
people whose like names end in an E sound. Because my last name is Josie, and I don't want like it just
Moaning
it.
your own name.
No, that's not what I.
What the fuck
like
is going on here?
like Stacy Josie, or I mean, who in our age is named
Mhm.
Stacy, but like, you know what I mean. I don't know. It just does not sound right.
My husband's name is Joe, and so I call him Josie.
Oh boy.
I did not mean to ruin that for you.
Oh no, you didn't. I was going to open a whole new world for you, is what I was about to do.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
no.
Uno reverse card.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, Baradon's gotta be a hard name to moan.
No.
If you break it up into two parts, I guess.
Donnie.
No.
I'm
No.
cringing so bad right now.
I'm gonna have to think about every single fantasy name I've fucking made up now, and if it's moanable or not. Fuck, I hate this.
They all are.
I hate my brain. Oh, well, Percy's definitely up there.
That's
Maeve's
true.
definitely up
No,
there.
it's all in the inflection. You just have to inflection it right.
I'm scared. Mom, I'm scared.
Mom, I
Mom,
need a
can you
trust.
pick me
I
up?
am
This
a
drug's
trusted
here.
adult, but I need another trusted adult.
Mom, can you pick me up? I'm scared.
Take me home, but I'm already home, so I don't know where to go.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh. Well,
All right,
I'll be
fellers.
around.